Should I try something? Mala. Mala.
Yes. Now start ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ.
Good morning to everyone present here. I am Anirudh Harris from Biotechnology Department, 3rd semester, and I'll be your host for today. At the very outset, I would like to begin with a short anecdote emphasizing on the importance of speaker sessions and discussions in the life of a student. So here it goes. He was born to a poor family in London. His father was a blacksmith with a meager income, and so he had to think of ways to augment the family income right from a very young age. At the age of 13, he started delivering newspapers and soon got appointed as an apprentice to Mr. Rebaugh for rebinding and reselling books. This brought him in close proximity with books. Amidst all this came the turning point in his life. One day, a Rebaugh's customer, who was going to attend Sir Humphrey Davy's lectures in Cloyne, offered Rebaugh an extra ticket for the same. And Rebaugh, who wasn't really into science, asked if he could take his apprentice instead of him, as he had developed thirst for science through the innumerable books he had read. This opportunity was grabbed and utilized to the fullest by him. He attended the lectures with utmost dedication and attention and sincerely took notes of the lectures, which he later sent to Sir Davy along with a letter requesting for a scientific career. Sir Davy was impressed with his zealous interest, fine memory, and great attentiveness, and he offered to help him soon. Soon after this, within a month, Sir Davy met with an accidental explosion in his laboratory, which temporarily blinded him. He needed someone to help him with his day-to-day lab work, and thus offered the post of a laboratory assistant to that young man. And that's how that young man entered into the world of science. And today, he is remembered as one of the greatest scientists of all times for his extraordinary work on electromagnetism and electricity. Any guesses of who this scientist is? Yes, it's Michael Faraday. So you can see how one lecture changed his life and how it gave us such an amazing lecture. So my advice to all of you over here is that involve yourself completely in this encounter session and make the best use of it and enrich your knowledge with these eminent personalities out here in the dance. RV College of Engineering keeps giving us such amazing opportunities and reverbs the idea that vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision is merely passing time. But vision and action together can change the world. And so is our logo, Go Change the World. With this, I welcome you all to the 2-day Power Pack Workshop Science and Power 2023. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to flag off this event traditionally by lighting the lamp. I also invite Sir Venu Gopal for the invocation song.
ಮೋಹನ ಗುಣಧಾಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಮೋಹನ ಪಾದವ ತೋರು श्रीरामा वरगुणजाल आश्रित गुणलोला करुणालवाल करुणी परिपाल पालव तोरो श्रीरामा अज भव पूजित गजवर भावित सुजना सेवित त्रिजगवन्दित अज भव पूजित गजवर भावित सुजना सेवित त्रिजगवन्दित अंगज जनक विहंग तुरंग अंगज जनक विहंग तुरंग अंगज जनक विहंग तुरंग तुंग विक्रम तंदे श्रीरंग विठला तुंग विक्रम तंदे श्रीरंग विठला पादव तोरो श्रीरामा मोहन गुणधाम निन्न मोहन पादव तोरो पादव तोरो पादव तोरो श्रीरामा
Thank you, dignitaries, and thank you, sir, for a wonderful performance. Just like the father of a nation, Mahatma Gandhi told. Just like the father of a nation, Mahatma Gandhi told. Just like the father of a nation, Mahatma Gandhi told, even a single lamp dispels the deepest darkness. So I hope this light of knowledge lit here spreads around in all dimensions. Moving on, I call upon our respected principal, sir, to welcome the gathering.
Telugu Namaskara. I request all the students to please settle fast. Can you close it? Close the door. Come here. This way. Okay. So let's begin the function. So first of all, it's my duty to welcome all the speakers to RV College Engineering. So very briefly tell about the institution that we are a 60 years old institution in the state of Karnataka, offering the technical education. We have approximately 7,000 students and 600 employees, and this is the first preferred institution in the state of Karnataka for more than 2.5 decades. And we get very good students here, and the kind of works we are doing has been good, and there is always a scope for becoming excellent. We have a very good MOUs with the companies. For more than 125 companies they have MOUs doing good cutting-edge research work. We have the centers of excellences in the campus, and our placement has been very good, and more than 350 companies visit the campus every year. And so this is very briefly, I will not go into more details, maybe in another 2 days we'll come to know about the institution in a better way. Coming back to the topic, the Science and Power 2023 has been a very, very innovative kind of an exercise I am sure many of you sitting in this hall may not be knowing what the discussion is going to go on here. But when I discussed just for a few minutes with Aditi Bhargava, who is actually the initiator of this workshop actually in our college, you will realize that all of us are a part of this exercise, and every one of us have to play a very, very important role in making sure that we should show how science is powerful. In fact, there are two statements, power of science and science of power. I think these two are very important if you talk about science and power. So, keeping this in mind, we have organized these two workshops, 2 days workshop, and the last day would be other activity. It's my privilege to actually welcome all the dignitaries onto the function. First, let me start from Aditi Bhargava. Dr. Aditi Bhargava is a professor emeritus at University of California, San Francisco. She is an innovative and creative thinker who has worked on several collaborative projects. She has had over 17 years of experience of leading an independent funded research lab. She has served over 10 university and international societies, committees with 3 years in budget planning and 1 year as vice chair. She also has over 60 peer-reviewed publications, 3 book chapters and articles. She is a recipient of many prestigious awards such as Bavaria California Technology Award, Hellman Family Award, New Investigator Award from American Physiological Society, FASCP Merck Mentor Award, Fellow of the American Gastroenterological Association, and many such awards she has got. On behalf of the institution, I welcome you, Madam, for this function. May I request Dr. D.T. Nagaraj, our Honorary Joint Secretary, to hand over a memento and the sapling to Madam. Among all the speakers, I think you are going to find different variety of speakers. So one such I'd like to introduce Nada Mathas. I think if I have read wrong, please excuse me, madam. She's designation is MCF, University of Avignon and Montpellier FR. Education, PhD and Distinct Scholar, University of Oxford, UK, and University of Stockholm. Diploma in Literature, Italiania, University of Paraguay, IT. Croatian-born French academic, interpreter, teacher, consultant, and international project manager who speaks 5 languages fluently and is proficient in 4 more. A true polymath, she has worked in languages, science, bioethics, law, and civic education. She has studied and held academic posts in 8 different countries, including the National Institute of Laws, and currently divides her time between Vientiane and Avignon. Madam, I think they are very happy to welcome you here. I request Vice Principal, Dr. Geeta, to hand over a memento and sapling to her. We have an youngster sitting here. I think a lot of our students already know about him since he's working with them since last 2 years. I mean, 2 days here in the campus. Hannes Knapp, his designation is statistician and computer programmer and co-founder and the CTO of a company. And he is bachelor's degree in IT security. I welcome you on behalf of our institution. Can I request Dr. Shanmuga to hand over the sapling and memento to him? We have a very senior professor here with us, Amar Jesani. As of now, he is an independent consultant, researcher, and a teacher in bioethics and public health. He is one of the founders and editors of the Forum of Medical Ethics Society and its journal, Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. He is a visiting professor at the Ethics Center, Yenapaya University, Mangalore. He is an associate faculty, the Center for Biomedical Ethics and Culture at the Sindh Institute of Urology and Transplantation in Karachi, Pakistan. His education includes doctor from Baroda Medical College, MS University, Vadodara, and Gujarat, India. Sir, on behalf of the institution, we welcome you, sir. Can I request Dr. Ramakant Kumar to hand over a memento of staffing to Amar Jason. There's one more person, Helen. She's supposed to come here. I think it may take some time. She's on the way to come. Her speech is tomorrow anyway. She is an international lawyer from Paris, lecturing at Masters of Intellectual Property Law degree, and experienced business lawyer with a demonstrated history of working in the law practice industry. Skilled in negotiation, legal writing, mergers and acquisitions, startups and joint ventures. Strong legal professional with a French bar examination, focused on CAPA from University Montpellier. So, in absentia, we welcome Madam. I think she will join shortly for the function. Apart from these people from the dais and who are on the way, so let me also try to introduce. I think this is live streaming through YouTube. There are some who are looking into this function from outside also. We have 3 more people who will be joining online for their talks. I'd like to introduce them. Robert Kaplan. Robert Kaplan is a faculty member of the Stanford School of Medicine Clinical Excellence Research Center, adjunct professor medicine, primary care and population health. He previously served as chief science officer at the US Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality and as an associate director of the National Institute of Health, where he led the behavioral and social sciences programs. He is also a distinguished research professor of health policy and management at UCLA, where he is previously led the UCLA RAND AHRQ Health Services Training Program and UCLA RAND CDC Prevention Research Center. I think he is online and we welcome you, sir, for this function. Miroslav Radman, a founder, a MEDIS member of NAS USA, graduated biology from the University of Zagreb and received PhD in molecular biology in 1969 from the University of Brussels. Co-director of the FEMS Summer School of Postdocs, FEMS Law Award winner and co-founder of the Mediterranean Institute of Life Sciences, where the Summer School of Postdocs is held. We welcome you online for this function. Hope you will have a nice interaction online with you. David Haley, before becoming a professor of psychiatry in Wales and more recently the Department of Family Medicine at McMaster University of Canada, he studied medicine in Dublin and at Cambridge University. He is a former secretary of the British Association. His education includes MD, FRCS, Canada, Department of Psychiatry, Bangor University, Wales. So that is his brief biodata. Online, he is also there. I welcome him on behalf of the institution. Professor Deepthi is also online. So you'll all meet all these people when they give access to you. She has been working in various aspects of human resource development and capacity building and has made important contribution to curricular development, designing innovative hands-on exercises, made contributions to science and society, and has shouldered several administrative responsibilities head, director, dean, and as a member of task force and faculty, academic councils, RR committees, IBSC committees, animal ethics committees, etc. In addition to carrying out teaching, research, and extension activities at the Pune University, she has worked for 12 years as a consultant to the Serum Institute of India, a company which is a pioneering company in vaccines and healthcare products in India. At the national level, she is a member of several advisory and decision-making committees of Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Earth Sciences, University Grants Commission, etc. So, we welcome you, madam, online for this program. So, we have a host of discussion which goes on for the next 2 days, and actually, many of the things which are bothering us, I think you should listen from Aditi only. I think I am not the right person to tell. I met her 2 times in the last 2 days and found out so many topics. She has told me that I think each topic is a research we can do for a decade actually. And I think that's where somewhere in the world somebody has to rise up and tell what is happening is right or wrong. I think she is one such person who will be telling about it. The kind of point they are going to discuss is the information overload, whatever is happening. I also request madam to discuss about ChatGPT in this, how it's going to have an influence. And the rigor and reproducibility of scientific publication. This is where I think there are a lot of discussion will be there. And the publications itself, how it's happening, and what is the credibility of all those things, how it has been helpful to the mankind. A lot of such things will be discussed over 2 days. Science and financial profit is another area. I am sure that even in our college we are spending a lot of money on publishing. This year alone, they are spending around 30 lakhs on the. This was not a feature before. I think all were free journals. Now they say that if you want to make it open access, we have to pay to them. I think that's what you are telling in the morning. So maybe on that science and financial profit areas they are going to discuss. And at the same time, this will be applicable to all the people sitting here, more so for the youngsters, that lack of critical thinking, which is a very, very important aspect in either when you are getting an idea, converting it into a reality, or when you are writing a paper, or when you are getting a product and its usefulness to the society. I am sure critical thinking would be helpful at different parts of the life. So they will be discussing on that. And increasing the number of PhDs, I think this is a topic which keep on discussing even in our country. The PhDs, because when the statutory bodies makes mandatory that PhD should be there, I think bulk of PhDs are going to come. And how do you validate such PhDs? I think there's another discussion I'm sure you'll be looking on, which may lead to fake news and misinformation on both the sides of the aisle. I'm sure these are the very interesting topics, irrespective of the branch of engineering, even though many of them are from biological sciences, I find. But still, I feel this kind of a discussion is helpful for all the people in the society. It's not just us sitting in the hall. Hope we'll have a very good discussion for the next 2 days, and I request all of you to actively participate and be interacting so that we can come out with a good concept paper after these 2 days workshop is carried out. So that's about the workshop. So let me also welcome our Joint Secretary, D.P. Nagaraj, for this function, who readily accepted to be a part of the inauguration. I request Natarajan to hand over a memento and a sampling to sir. So I welcome our Vice Principal, Dr. K.S. Geeta, for this function. I also welcome, I think, Vidya Niranjan. I think she has been working for this for quite some time. And so she has made it happen today. I welcome you. I think this initiative has been very good from the Department of Biotechnology. We welcome you on the institution. I welcome all my teams, HODs, then all the faculty members and the students of the various branches who are here, and particularly the volunteers who have taken up a lot of initiative mainly from the biotechnology department who are here. I welcome once again to this function on Science and Power 2023. Hope this will be a very good exercise. And madam, let me tell you, let us go on discussing about this every year. Please, always one such things here, because new things keep happening every year. So I think there will be next week she is going to announce the thing. So new things keep happening every year. I think we need some devil's advocate to tell that what is good and what is bad here, so that we can all learn and be more ethical and truthful to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Aditi Bhargava to give a brief insight into the workshop.
organize our second Science and Power meeting. We had our first one last year in Croatia, Memphis, which the impetus behind that was NADA. And so before I begin, what I would like to do is to thank the Board of Trustees of RSST for granting permission and sanction of funds to enable Science and Power 2023. Boeing for sponsoring part of this workshop. The president of RV College, Principal Subramaniam, Vice Principal K.S. Geeta, and of course Dr. Vidyana Ranjan, Department of Biotechnology and Center of Excellence. And last but not the least, I of course would like to thank all the student volunteers from DBT and Center of Excellence and graduate students for being outstanding POCs and absolutely warm hosts. Without them, we all would be lost here. So it's really great to be here. Dr. Subramaniam gave a very good introduction. So in the interest of time, what I want to say is that Nada and I and Dr. Ravnan about a year and a half ago got together. Especially Nada was very concerned with what was happening in Europe. In the US, we were a little bit more fortunate that even though there were mandates that were there with COVID, there was still a little bit more freedom, but a lot of those freedoms were taken away in a lot of other countries. And I'm not, I think in India, it was sort of a mix, at least in terms of travel-wise. I was still able to visit my mother over here during COVID, being fortunate that I have the overseas citizenship of India, so the visa issues weren't there, but not many other people were not so fortunate. So these times really reminded us that freedom just doesn't exist in physical freedom, but there's also freedom and liberation that is in your mind. And if your mind is not liberated and free, it's really hard to have that physical freedom. But obviously, in terms of science, what the whole situation was doing to science not having any discussion or not allowing to question, which is dissent is a huge thing for scientific progress and discovery, and that really concerned us quite a bit. And so we got together and had our first Science and Power meeting and responsibility, that's what we call it, Science, Power and Responsibility in Croatia. And then we realized that student participation is key because you guys are the next generation of scientists and you have to carry on this torch. And a dialogue with students is extremely important for Science and Power to have any impact on global science. So with that in mind, I approached Dr. Niranjan, and she was very open to it, and so we are very fortunate that we can have our next Science and Power here and have the pleasure of interacting with all of you. So with that, I'll hand it over to Nada, and she can tell you a little bit more, and of course you'll hear about all the rationale in my talk. So thank you.
It is with great honor that I feel opportunity to talk to Indian students, to the principal of your institution. For several years, we couldn't look each other in the eyes. For whatever reason it was, the lockdown was a new way of living. And we've been thrown into technology faster than we wanted. And what is dangerous, we've been thrown into technology faster than a law can help us frame it. Helen, who will come later on, will be able to tell you about it. So I would first like to thank the principal, the professor who managed to allow this science and power topic to be held here. I would like to thank the Board of Trustees, the deans, the professors, and the students who are here. I think the principal introduced the topic. Aditi gave thanks to everybody who is around, and I cannot tell you how I feel. What I can tell you that I just become ambassador of India. I've been here for a few days, and what I know of India, no matter that I've been one day in Delhi before, one day in Mumbai, living on a student campus is an experience which changes your view. Namaskar. As Aditi said, it's a Professor Radman and her and myself who by coincidence were talking to each other over lockdown. You can now talk to anybody and everybody. And statistics, as we have had our statistician tell us, is not an exact science. If I am to talk by WhatsApp to all the people I met in my life, in Sweden, in Italy, I lived in Laos for 2 years. I lived in Mauritius for 1 year. I worked at the University of Otago for 3 years. I worked at the University of Atanisi in the island of Tonga for 1 year. If I WhatsApp everybody, I don't have time to sleep. So I was extremely fortunate. The statistics and a bit of intentional thinking worked in the direction of Aditi and Miro. People, you'd have to take wisdom for people who have experience. And for me, that's Professor Radman. He felt the dialogue was missing. It's not who is right, who is wrong, but we need to be able to address questions. And I cannot thank you more for the introductory thing. It's a light of knowledge. And again, the privilege and honor to just witness what a light means for you. So last night, I was watching at very late the Professor Radman's interview on Croatian TV. By coincidence, 3 days ago, he was in 1 hour TV program. So I wish he was here. But he's an emeritus professor. And he's the founder of a medical research institute in Croatia. Now Croatia and India share some political background. I would be very happy to talk off record about this, because I'm aware that my talk is recorded. Can I talk freely? Who knows? I have to talk to my lawyer. I don't live without books. And I'm having the privilege of having Helen, who is a lawyer, with us for a few days. And I say, the power today, it's not within scientists. In my view, power is today within legal professionals and journalists. So before, science was power. Today, power influences science. Professor Radman said yesterday, and I'm so pleased because it's fresh in my mind. So he said before, knowledge was the key. And he recently did some search on some statistics. And knowledge is not so much present on the internet. It's all technology. And technology cannot think. So artificial intelligence, it's a very funny name, intelligence. It's really making us into robots. We all know this and we like it, you know. You can pay everywhere. Yesterday I was buying bananas and you can use QR code. Oh my God, it was a discovery. But when I need to go and have a coffee in my local coffee place, QR code is not a discovery. QR code is limiting me where I go. QR code is telling whoever has access where I've been and when. So I really liked whoever said freedom, Aditi did, freedom of knowledge and freedom of thinking. We are all product of our upbringing. We are all product of our parents, our countries. The 2 key words are hyper-digitalized and globalized era. Isn't it amazing? We can sit on a plane and come here. Isn't it amazing I can learn there are 20 states or 19 or 22 in India? I didn't know that. But on the other hand, my son asked, Mom, who is the boss of the world And that question today could soon be answered. It could help the boss of the world. If the boss of the world has the access to QR codes, we can be controlled in a certain way. As Aditi and Professor Vidya organized that we have students here, this is the key point. And believe me, how do you know which video talk did you look? I start believing in a three-dimensional energy. When you are live on a lecture, nothing can replace it. Yes, you have a computer in front of you. Yes, you're distracted. You need to work that one out. But coming to live lectures, people go. Nothing can replace that. And I'm a product of Oxford. I have a big label. I'm very famous. But what Oxford does teaches you to listen and to talk. Unfortunately, teaches you to learn to talk. So, 23 prime ministers came from Oxford. You learn to be a politician. So, as I say, law, le droit, it's a key framework of what we do today. You need to pass your curriculum through some board. You need to fill the form when you land in India. You can or can't have a double citizenship. So what I would like to focus all of you, develop multidisciplinary collaboration. This campus allows that. And it's been fascinating. I was in the library with one of our assistants, as Aditi said, they're really the light in the tunnel of the maze of this beautiful campus, with the mango trees, with the flowers we don't have. So law is framing what we can or can't do. So Helen will be able to tell us about this as well. So let's make sure I didn't forget something very, very important. So we are living in globalized era, in hyper digitalized, and oversimplified. Yes, no vaccine. Which vaccine? How long has it been tested for? I cannot be put in a yes or no category. So we live in a world where we all have first 5 choices on Google. If I say, what you see in Bangalore, you don't influence it. It's whoever puts it on internet choice. And believe you, I will go and see whatever they tell me. I would like to stress also the newer development of each of us. Indian population, with a few languages each of you can master, gives you a considerable advantage. You might not be aware of it, but that each of you can switch and every day you talk different languages, allows you the flexibility and the fast thinking. So I think it's not a coincidence that many of your nationals are now becoming a prominent scientist as Aditi is abroad. And contradictory, so very big speaking language nations, England and America and France, are reducing their foreign language. Everything is becoming English. And to finish, this world has been shaped by big economical powers, France and England. I've been fortunate to experience life in each of them, in a pure England, in a pure France. I've also lived in each of their former colonies. And who has the money has the power. In science, I'm very glad the principal said as well, we are surprised how much it costs to publish. We're also a little bit surprised why academic and public venture, who gets which share of the income. But I think the topic is very general. We could call it science and power and responsibility, as Aditi pointed out, science and abuse of power, science and power and money, which your principal pointed out. So it only remains now to wish you all a great meeting, and please, students, go to lectures. Don't miss lectures. If I had a mobile phone in my hand, I would have not have had an Oxford scholarship. That it's clear as a daylight. The distractions you have, the easy brain input you get from these colorful screens, it's much more difficult than reading small black and white script. So concentrate, decide in the morning what you do during the day, and the fact that you are here, that you are spending your time in lecture theatre, shows you are on the right path. And just tell yourself, all the young people who are here, the future is in your hands. If you are in the top 10% of your cohort, you can apply for Oxford and Cambridge, Yale, Stanford, Harvard, San Francisco, all these scholarships, and you can become the future of your country, of the planet Earth. Who knows what waits for us elsewhere? So future is in your hands. Distractions are many, and we are very privileged to share with you the last 20 and a little bit more years of our international experience. It's been a great privilege to be a part of your campus. Thank you. Dania Vidagalu.
ధన్యవాదాలు ma'am. Now I cordially invite our guest of honor, Sri D.P. Nagaraj, to address the gathering.
Hello, Namaskaram. Very good morning and welcome to our institution's learned council here on DAS. We're happy we are doing something really different out of the box, which is powerful. Science and powerful itself. There's a lot of meaningful session. My dear students, do you know why such a session is needed today? It's not that they do not have the knowledge or the reach. It is you, young minds, who can think beyond and out and create a difference to the society. This morning, Madam Arati was explaining how important it is for the science world to have reality. In these 2 days, I'm sure, we'll all understand how important it is for us to create proper, authentic information which will help us change the world. Be a part of this event, create a change, take this forward to the society. On behalf of the RV institutions, my dear learned friends here, I would assure many such events for the cause of society and for the world. If we can do something, the institutions which can always do a change, and then it needs some strong power behind. We as an institution, as large as we are in Bangalore, but then we have always been for the society, and giving back to society is one of our main reasons to be here. We are the owners of this organization, and everything we earn goes back to society. So does the knowledge. With these words, I thank you all. Thank you, Madam Vidya Niranjan, President Smith, and other dignitaries here for having made me a part of this event. Thank you, and I wish all the days are very successful and eventful days that you have a lot of learning. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Now I request our Vice Principal to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my dear colleagues, faculty friends, and my dear students. A very good morning to one and all. Today it's altogether a different kind of an event where we have heard from Aditi as to what is that we are going to discuss in next 2 days. And altogether a different kind of sessions or the interactions. We knew the power of science, or rather we were introduced to the power of science, maybe right through our education, up to the level to whatever we are today. We have been encountering the various technologies which would reach us to the point of science wherever we are today. However, when it is coined along with the science of the power, how the power is actually being influencing on science or the scientific revolutions, this is quite mind-boggling, where we have to introspect and to see and to have a different perception altogether and to find out whether it is really benefiting the society. As sir was mentioning that although we have a different understanding as to how we can serve the society by solving some of the problems which we are facing it day to day through the science. However, we still have to use or we still have to know how we can use the tools of various technologies to bring out the maximum from science. However, the discussion of these 2 days is entirely different, where we are talking about what are the ethics and what are the methodologies which we need to, or rather we have just taken it for granted while doing some of the innovations or some of our applied research. So when we are at the phase where more of emphasis by the institution is for the going to out-of-box thinking and developing the critical thinking, especially in our students, we have brought in few changes to our curriculum following the lines of National Education Policy, where we have brought in a lot of courses wherein students are open for the challenge of having an out-of-box thinking. In this time, at this point of time, maybe this kind of an interaction would be more beneficial for our students to think in right direction and to have a path of their own in their career of their science and development. So I hope that this event will provide them quite a good opportunity for them to open up with their thoughts and ideas and to be more interactive with the very kind of a diversified panel what we have here who have come all the way from different parts of the globe to have an interaction with us. So I would request all the students to make use of this opportunity and also the faculty members to spare some time of their own in order to interact and to see whether our thinking is in the right direction or not, or can we have a better change for ourselves, for our own good self. So with these words, I congratulate Department of Biotechnology to take up this initiative to bring in the new forum of thought processes between the science and power, which is very, very relevant for today's world, wherein this COVID has brought in a lot of changes in everyone's life here, maybe through the loss of many people and through the more of the changes what we have undergone. So it's quite a good apt time for us to rethink about whether we are in the right path or the right direction or not. So I once again congratulate and I welcome all the dignitaries to come over to RBC and have a better interaction. We hope that this association will be continued for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of our inaugural function. So to express our gratitude to everyone who has been involved, I call upon our HOD, Dr. Vidya Niranjan, for the vote of thanks.
Dear all, good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to express my most sincere gratitude and deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of RBC for this 2-day workshop on Science and Power 2023. In today's world, science plays an integral role in shaping our lives. However, with ever-increasing pace of globalization, it has become imperative for us to understand the current state of science and its impact on society. This workshop aims to exchange ideas, to debate on various technologies and their impact on daily lives and future globally. On this note, I would like to bring everyone's attention to acknowledge the people who encouraged and people who worked hard to make this workshop a grand success, and I wholeheartedly thank them all for their dedication and efforts. To start off, we would like to thank RSST for the encouragement by granting permission and sanction of funds to conduct this international event. I thank Boeing for giving sponsorship to conduct this event. We have with us today our guest of honor, P.P. Nagaraj sir, who, in spite of his busy schedules, who helped us to know, who constantly encouraged to carry out such workshops and conferences, have been immense motivation for us. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Aditi Bhargav, Professor Emeritus University of California, San Francisco, who had invited to do this event at Bangalore, India. Thank you, madam. Amar Jesani, thank you, sir. The founder and editor of the Forum of Medical Ethics Society and its journal, Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. Thank you, sir. Ones, statistician and computer programmer, who is CTO of Assisa Education and Technology. Thank you for gracing the occasion. Helen, international lawyer, Paris, who is on the way to come to our dais. Thank you, madam. David Healy, Department of Family Medicine at Macmaster University in Canada. Thank you, sir. Radman, founder of MEDIS, member of NAS USA. Thank you, sir, for attending this workshop and giving a talk. Robert Kaplan, faculty member of Stanford School of Medicine, Clinical Excellence Research Center. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion as well as for the invited talk. And Professor Nara Matas, who are Emeritus University of Montpellier and Avignon, whose constant enthusiasm and keen interest in helping us organize this conference. Thank you, madam. Dr. Deepthi, Professor and Director Bioinformatics Center, Savitri Phule University, who will be joining us via online mode in spite of busy schedule. Thank you, madam. Our beloved principal, K.N. Subramanian, for providing the opportunity to start the Center of Excellence, where we have the Center of Excellence Computational Genomics, where we got connect to Dr. Aditi Bhargav and other people, and this helped us to conduct this workshop. Thank you, madam. And I would also like to mention Professor Geeta, Dr. Ranganath and Shamala, who helped us throughout this event to make this happen. My deepest and humblest appreciation to all the participants, our audience, faculty members, all the HODs and staffs present here from various departments for having helped in organizing this event. I would like to thank Major Raghavendra and team for infrastructure, Dr. Padmaja and team for ladies hostel, and Professor Nagaraj and team for men's hostel, canteen services, the cultural teams who is going to perform today and tomorrow. I thank everyone. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our students volunteers from Genesis, from the Department of Biotechnology, without whose help, coordination, commitment and dedication, this workshop would not have taken shape. Their willingness to make it all happen behind the scenes shows their zeal towards this event. In conclusion, I would like to sign off by being grateful to anyone who I have missed out, and hope that this workshop is truly memorable and successful to each and every member present here with us, and wish that this event will help make a positive impact towards the science. Have a great day. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, we missed out one very important person, and that's our ever supporting HOD. So we would like to thank our HOD for being so supportive. Okay, I kindly request all of you to stand up for the national anthem now.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Okay, so now we'll all be breaking for high tea. So it's been arranged right outside the seminar hall. And we'll meet again in another 15 minutes and we'll start off with the sessions. Professor Aditi Bhargava ma'am on Science and Puzzle. Over to you, ma'am.
So welcome everyone, and thank you once again. So this is, as Nana said, it's going to be an interactive session. So all of you hopefully will participate in some way or the other. So I wanted to start with thanking Shreya, who's the mastermind behind this poster creation. So thank you, and all the students who worked really hard. So, okay, so we've heard so much about knowledge is power, right? Is it? All of you think so? And do you know where did that come from? So, of course, in Indian culture, knowledge is always been equated with power, right? But at least in terms of the soundbite, knowledge is power, it sort of came from a quote by Sir Francis Bacon way back in his work, Méditation Sacrée, written in 1597. And the actual quote goes, "The desire of power in excess caused the angels to fall, and the desire of knowledge in excess caused man to fall." So do you think that is where we are right now? Yes, no. So isn't it ironical that in 1597 he felt the same about the excessive knowledge? So there was no, as we at least understand, there were no computers then, and there was no hyper-globalization, but yet the feeling that there was too much knowledge, or perhaps abuse of knowledge as it was perceived then, was in some ways we are in that same boat right now, right? So, the power of sound bites. Recognize this? Twitter. How many of you are on Twitter? Just a few handful? Okay. So, I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know how to tweet. But I do think that in some ways, sound bites for certain things are great, but sound bite for science, I think is really helpful. And more and more we are told that if you want to study science, you need to be able to make your elevator pitch. You know what an elevator pitch is? Anyone? education and a vocation are the same, and that's great. But if it's not, then following your passion sometimes is not what can get you to where you want to be. So, same thing for ambition. And again, another quote from Francis Bacon, which is really true in today's world. Which is, I mean, it's there, but I mean, I don't need to read it, but really what it says is if you let ambition, if you're allowed to follow your ambition, it can be good. But if you stop that ambition, it actually can lead to things that are not really good, and it can be harmful. And we'll see where does that lead to in terms of ambition about power and ambition about controlling what we call science. And as Nana said, it's the power and money that's controlling science rather than the other way around. And if you look historically, in terms of the way science was done, was people who had, just like art, right? So you had Michelangelo, who had a patron who was given a lot of money, go do whatever he wanted to create. And whatever he created, he didn't need to worry about that. Similarly, if you look at some of the big scientists, or unfortunately, the Indian scientists are not so well known abroad, but more of the, especially the ones that came from Italy and Greece, they all had unlimited source of money, if you like, in some way, and they were allowed to do what they wanted to do, so they didn't have to worry what results they got. They didn't have to cherry pick their data, which actually still didn't happen. Look at the great example of Morgan, who's considered the father of genetics, when he was doing his experiments on bees. And how many of you know that story? You know the story? Red and white flowers, and when he got pink, and he couldn't explain what pink was, he discarded that data. So it's been going on for a long time, so when you can't explain, but at least you document it, right? So you have the documentation. Now it's become taboo to say, I do not know why this is happening. I cannot explain it, then it's not going to be published. So what do? You make a story. Right? Because there's no way you can explain everything in 3 months or 1 year of experimentation, because if it was, there would be no science left to do. Everything would be solved. That's not the case. So, just some examples of soundbites which really hurt me, especially coming from my institution, UCSF. And walking down the street, you have tons of these soundbites. Stopping opioid abuse starts with research in pain. Does it? What caused addiction? People prescribing opioids and taking away or changing the formulation so that opioids could become addictive. Because opioids, when mixed with Tylenol or acetaminophen, which is Crostin, is actually not addictive. And when the pharmaceutical company realized that, they changed the formulation so you get pure opioid and then it's addictive. So first you create that problem and then you solve it. And then you become heroes for solving it. Another example, face creams won't slow aging, stem cells just might. Now, do we not have stem cells anyway in our skin? If that was the case, then nature would have solved it. And not everybody ages the same way. And then, of course, it comes with part and parcel. There are some portals that can live to 400 years. But their skin is wrinkly from get-go. So what are you going to do about it? There are trees that live up to thousands of years, but they don't move. And they become gnarly, and their stems and trunks look perhaps ugly to some, or very beautiful to some, depending on your perception. So yes, there are already mechanisms that exist in nature where you could live to combustion and everything, right? So you just can't do that. So you can't say, I'm going to change one thing and I'm going to get Formula One racing car. Not happening. So let's start with something more pleasant for now. So as it is Google search, so a lot can rule the world, right? Depending on just the same phrase, milestone in biological sciences. So depending on what link you click on, and depending on who is answering that question, you get different answers, right? So here is from this particular site, whatever it's called, Medical Advances in History. And this is their list in century-wise. So late 1700s, vaccination and inoculation. Mid-1800s, anesthesia. Germ theory, medical imaging, antibiotics, organ transplant, and then structural healing. So that's their thinking. What is your list? Do you have a list? So let's look at somebody else. So this is the list by College of Physicians in Edinburgh. So some of those things overlap, some don't. And that really, the list is really their perception of what makes a difference in their lives or profession, right? So again, if you ask people who do cancer research, their list is different. And then there is the list published by the British Medical Journal, which is a slightly more exhaustive list, and that's their list. But you can see that there are some, most of them agree that vaccines, germ theory, anesthesia, discovery of antibiotics, structure of DNA were all groundbreaking discoveries. Now, and most of us would agree they have been life-changing in many ways. But then the rest, it depends on each person's perspective. So you may have a completely different list. And of course, in all of these lists still, AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning hasn't yet figured it's as good as that. So I think one of the biggest problems that at least is plaguing biological sciences is this pursuit of mechanism. How would you define mechanism? Anyone? The way something works. What is the difference in, so if I ask about walking, what would you describe walking? Or what would be the mechanism behind walking? Okay. What else? How much muscle is made? What kind of muscle? How do the muscles interact together? How do they glide on each other? What is mechanism? Which kind of filaments? How many cells make that? How many cells are active? Where do you stop? Do you need the description before you can get to mechanism? So let's take some disease for an example. Is stay with disease on this side of the room. Any disease. Name a disease, please. Parkinson's. Okay. What happens in Parkinson's? Deficiency of dopamine. Is that mechanism or is that a symptom? Do we know for sure? That's what you read. But what are the symptoms? brain biopsy and look at dopamine deficiency in substantia nigra? You can't. So how do you know it's Parkinson's and not some other disease that has very similar symptoms? Is there possibility of misdiagnosis? Yes. Who's going to take? So we can change mechanism, and yes, there are animal models where you can destroy certain dopamine neurons in the substantia nigra, and then you get a disease that looks like that. And you can say that that's conclusive, but unfortunately, animals don't have the same symptoms. And the onset of Parkinson's is not right away, right? So, unlike in animal models where you are destroying the neurons, it's a very sort of an on and off switch. But that doesn't happen in human disease. So there's always a disconnect. And so you can, in animal models, you can say for sure that yes, destruction of these particular populations of neurons cause this particular symptom, and not all of those symptoms overlap with human disease. So you could also argue that perhaps it's not really a complete recapitulation of Parkinson's. But that is all what we know. And yet here we are, all of you with 100% conviction that dopamine deficiency causes Parkinson's. And in fact, giving back dopamine to Parkinson's patients does not rescue their phenotype. So how do we then close that loop? And yet we are also confident that it is dopamine. So when we close our mind into looking at beyond what is happening, and not just that particular cause that someone posed, because at that time it could partially explain some of the symptoms, we just were happy with that narrative and we took it, and we don't want to move forward because if somebody else proposes something else that doesn't suit that narrative, then it's a problem. So here we are with another example of Alzheimer's. What's the prevalent hypothesis about why you have Alzheimer's? Anyone? Yes?
Misfolding of proteins, tau protein.
Misfolding of tau protein. Anybody else? Someone in the back. Anyone? So, is it just misfolding of tau protein, or misfolding of multiple proteins, or misfolding of... Sorry? Okay, so let's see the most important cause, or what's thought the prevalent hypothesis is misfolding of protein, one of which is tau, another is beta amyloid, and many others. So it could be a different combination of tau or amyloid or whatever, right? Any permutation combination. Is one combination and one permutation more similar than the other? Do we know that? We don't. But how many of you actually know that more than 50% of people who get Alzheimer's or dementia, if you image their brains, have no misfolded proteins or plaques? How many of you actually know that? No one? So here is published evidence that more than 50% of patients with Alzheimer's or dementia don't have misfolded proteins or plaques in their brain. Yet they go on to have dementia and Alzheimer's. But the most pet hypothesis is misfolded protein, and therefore anybody who has dementia or Alzheimer's with a new FDA-approved drug sickle cell disease, even though you may not have this COVID amyloid. So does that sound right? So why are we there? Why do you think the FDA approved it? So when this was happening, actually, I think 3 or 4 of the people on the FDA committee resigned when FDA decided to approve, despite their recommendation that there is no evidence that this drug actually works. And yet here we are in that scenario. And then, while the FDA is hearing that, there is this publication that found that the data that was published in the famous 2006 paper showing that beta amyloid aggregates could be the cause of Alzheimer's was actually faked. And yet, that hypothesis continues, and most of us continue to believe. Then there are other issues with that, the way the data is presented. So, of course, this is the kind of thing that you see. There's a healthy brain. This is a brain with severe Alzheimer's or dementia. But in fact, age is a huge factor. So as we age, our brains actually look more and more like this. So do you think you should adjust for age when you are doing that data analysis? Yes or no? There's also sex difference in the way Alzheimer's exhibits itself. The symptoms are different between men and women, but how many times do you actually hear that? You don't. So there's a lot of soundbite, right? So if you actually look at age-related changes in gray matter versus Alzheimer's-related changes in gray matter, to an unexperienced eye, that they look very similar. So you have to do a lot more data analysis, and of course, if you have to train your AI, it's an even bigger problem. Because unless you do that descriptive documentation of what are those detailed changes, you really can't go to mechanism, and you need those changes before you can actually go on to using the newer technologies of AI and machine learning. And you need probably millions of those images to train. But you don't need millions of those images for an experienced physician to actually give you that diagnosis. So who's smarter? It's the AI, right? So your scientific methods actually matter, right? So it's the question that should be driving your scientific pursuit, right? And you have to ask in that what's the problem that you're solving? And what's the need of that? Is there a need? So can someone give me an example of where there is no need and yet we have a solution for it? Yes.
Production of probiotics.
Production of probiotics. I think it's a good example. I mean, especially in India where you could get those probiotics from yogurt, which has been happening for thousands of years. We still want to go and take a tablet and not consume yogurt. And it may be different in different places depending on which culture you're taking. So that's a good example. Another example which I found really stunning is actually creation of robots so that they can create empathy in people. Now, really? Do we need that? If you can't have empathy looking at a sick dog or a sick human being or a small child, and you get empathy by looking at a robot who's going to fall, you train your child more than 5 times to tell the difference between an oval and a circle, you would probably call that child. I guess it's being recorded, so I shouldn't say because it will be used against me. But we don't give up with the machine, and yet here we are willing to give up on our kids. So we need to ask that question, where are we heading? Right? So that comes to my second point, is that don't let technology drive your research. So I'm going to use this really fancy technique to solve something that I can really solve in a very simple way. And one example that comes to my mind is that when I was doing my PhD, if we had to separate ribosomes, we used what is called sucrose density gradient. Correct? No. It's just different densities, so you separate them. The same technique 30 years later is repackaged as riboprofiling. And it's really cool. Everyone uses riboprofiling. Nobody understands how to do it, or it's really difficult. And you read the protocol, and it's sucrose density gradient. So it's all in marketing. I mean, Steve Jobs did a great job in marketing and convinced everybody that we need iPhones. And not just that we need iPhones, we need iPhones every year. Right? Now, we all need machines that are new, cars that you want to change our models every year. But when it comes to human beings, we don't want to change ourselves. We want to live for thousands of years. What about the Earth? What if the Earth says, I want a new model of human being every year? Why not? So we all want new things and don't think about what happens to the ones that we're discarding, or somehow we convince ourselves it's green, or we make up a narrative to say it's green because we need to justify it to ourselves. So why not Mother Nature? It doesn't like that particular breed of human beings, so it wants to get rid of it. It's all fair, I guess. So the third is that this feeling of that I'm a savior, right? Because I'm going to solve everything, I'm going to cure this disease, and I'll be a hero. So with COVID, I'm going to make this vaccine, which is going to solve everybody's problems, and nobody's going to have the disease, and we'll all be saviors. And I really like this quote from that happy is the land that has no need of heroes. So of course, if there's no problem, we don't need heroes. But unfortunately, we don't have that. Any land that doesn't need heroes. So again, this apparently that word is banned now in the US because Scott Adams made some racist comments, but I still think this cartoon is very depictive of where we are today. I didn't have any accurate numbers, so I just made up this one. And studies have shown that accurate numbers aren't any more useful than the ones we make up. How many studies show that? 87. Right? I can make up anything. Who is going to check? So don't let that happen to you. That's what critical thinking is about. Just don't believe in anything that you see. Question it. And a healthy amount of questioning is good for you. It doesn't matter whether it comes from PMM, or it comes from me, or it comes from your principal, or it comes from your parents. A little bit of questioning is healthy. Doesn't mean that you're being disrespectful. And again, those are sometimes hard, especially for in I think Eastern cultures. But then it's very hard to generalize any of that, right? I mean, I grew up here too, and there was a little And so remember, especially for machine learning or for your own research, if you collect garbage data, so garbage in, garbage out, right? So both quality and quantity matter, especially in machine learning. Quantity is important. And any kind of data, not just positive data, because that's where we are. We publish with only positive findings. So if you want to get trained, you need to know what is right from wrong, and that's the relative thing. But if everything is only right, how do you know what's wrong? You don't. So same thing in machine learning. Before it can learn, your algorithms, if they don't have data to know what is right or wrong, or what is not part of the disease or not part of the pathway, how can you train them? So somebody said, I think made a really nice statement that algorithms are weapons of mass destruction. So before you participate in one of those weapons of mass destruction, think. I think coming back to that data and sound bites, one of the biggest issues, and I hope Amar is going to cover some of that in terms of ethics and stuff like that, is that COVID was in some ways a tipping point. And prior to I guess COVID vaccine development, most of the data that came out of it, either clinical trials or any of those, it was subject to peer review. So scientists, so-called experts in that field, reviewed that and then made the decision. But in this case, all the data was announced by press release. And so media and journalists, they played a very strong part in shaping the opinions of the masses and opinions of almost everybody. So unlike, you all are still science students, and you all still go to, you all can't just read everything in it, every paper in detail, so you do rely on abstracts or sound bites, if you like, to follow what's happening in another field. And most of you think that if something like this is going to be announced, that whoever is supposed to do their due diligence has done their due diligence. And so there are lots of faith you're putting in a lot of people. But when there is so much money involved and so much of losses involved, then how much faith can you put in that? And you have to ask yourself. So I think the fact that this whole saga unfolded in media rather than actual scientific peer review is worrisome. So, so all of this is being given to us by a press release, not really by peer review, but we're supposed to have trust in science. And that is pretty mind-boggling to me. And then this is another press release in which the what's his name? Berula, Albert Berula, chairman and CEO of Pfizer. And he said, today is a great day for science and humanity. His need to be a savior, his need to be a hero is epitomized here. Whether or not it really saved or did anything, who knows. But this is another example where ambition cannot be stopped. And unfortunately, if you really look at the history of pandemics and the history of vaccine development, in the past few years, we've had many pandemics, right? The SARS-1, the MERS, the bird flu, and Ebola. And each pandemic comes and everybody starts making, the pharma starts their vaccines and trials, and by the time they get to even phase 2 trials, the epidemic is gone. Now they've invested, $1 billion or whatever into it, and it's happened more than 10 times, and they are over several $1 billion in deficit. So how do they recover their money? And the only way you can recover that money is to make sure that the pandemic lasts long enough and the emergency lasts long enough, or you hasten the process of developing a vaccine so that you can give it to people in that much time before you declare the pandemic is over. So, Nature is, again, publishes this sort of soundbite. Scientists welcome the first compelling evidence that a vaccine can prevent COVID-19. Who are these scientists? I'm not part of that scientific community because here it says that compelling evidence that a vaccine can prevent COVID-19. How many of you have had vaccine and had COVID? Probably more. I have a survey going on, and the survey data tells me that people who are vaccinated, they report having COVID not just twice but 3 times. And unvaccinated people, 0, more than twice. So that first sentence right there, that compelling evidence that a vaccine can prevent COVID-19, is that true? No. Okay. So there are definitely a lot of lessons that we can learn from our COVID saga that's played around all over the world. And unfortunately, like I said, even in scientific journals when they publish, their source is National Public Radio and not a peer-reviewed journal. I mean, saying that my source is Akashvani, not Science or Cell, wouldn't that sort of worry you? But we don't listen to all of that, right? We don't have time to pay attention to details. So all these are fine print, right? So it's much, much harder. So many studies that come out that refute the general or the more popular narrative, those studies actually don't get attention. So here's another study that was published, and it did get some soundbite, which basically said in that soundbite that a massive new study confirms vaccinated people are still at risk of long COVID. But vaccines remain a great way to avoid long COVID. Now, how does that work? It's like, isn't that contradicting itself right there? Okay, so let's see what the actual, and then they went on to say that vaccines against COVID-19, when protecting against hospitalization and death, may not be great at preventing long COVID after breakthrough infections. So decide what you want to write. I mean, aren't you giving like these contradictory information in your own piece? So this paper actually ended up refuting a lot of, in some ways, myths that were created that COVID vaccines prevent one from getting infection in the first place. This data shows not true and not supported. Vaccinated people have lower SARS-CoV. Multiple papers have shown that's not true. Vaccines can prevent severe disease and death. I think it's not completely resolved for not just COVID vaccine, for a lot of seasonal vaccines like flu and influenza remains questionable. So I don't really expect you to read just this abstract, but what I'll do is I'll just summarize what their findings were. And their findings were that in people who were vaccinated, so they got COVID, they're finding them breakthrough infections. So that's what VDI stands for. And they actually, I think, did a really good job because they then compared that their data to people with seasonal flu, which is sort of has similar symptoms. And what they found was that people who were vaccinated and got COVID, in the first 30 days, perhaps their survival was better, but after 30 days, they increased And guess what? Half of them didn't even get COVID, and the other half who got them, they only had mild COVID. So if you are healthy and here you are being exposed to a huge bolus of the virus and you still don't get COVID, and not only that they didn't get COVID, but they were followed for over 14 days, and the people who didn't get COVID, they didn't have any viral load either, meaning the virus was neutralized. And you can't say that they didn't have an exposure because this is being injected in your nose. So that destroys a lot of myths. So about, you can question about wearing masks. If direct exposure didn't give you, what would other protective things do or not do? So it really depends on the immune system, which is an important part of how you deal with any kind of infection. And your immune system is something you use it or you lose it. You can't buy a new car and have it sit in the garage for 20 years and you expect after 20 years that it's going to perform the same way as it would have performed when you purchased it. So the immune system, unfortunately, if you live in a bubble or you don't basically expose it to various antigens, it's not going to be efficient for you. So it's part and parcel that you will have some sort of disease, and if you don't have a disease, your immune system is not going to be well developed. So of course, we have throughout our body several immune organs, but some of these are of course the key ones, bone marrow making most of your immune cells, and the thymus being the most critical area because this is where all your training happens. So the thymic education is what trains your immune cells, the memory immune cells, which will allow you to remember a disease that you encountered 20 and 30 years ago, for example, chickenpox or measles or mumps and things like that. But the same kind of training is not provided for seasonal diseases. And in fact, it remains a mystery how this thymic education works. Your T cells that get trained in thymus, I think that selection is harder than getting into any IB school. So there are many studies that have shown that people who have their tonsils removed, they are 2 to 3 times more likely to get respiratory illnesses. And people who have their adenoids removed on top of tonsils are 17 times more likely to have respiratory illnesses. Now guess how many people in the US or how many children get their tonsils removed? More than 500,000. And why? Just for the heck of it. And we do that for our appendix too. Just because we don't understand what the role is, we just call them receiving organs, but that's not true. So, and of course, after this finding, now there is less emphasis on removing tonsils or adenoids, but unfortunately, it's removed, it's removed. So, just very briefly about the thymic function. If your thymic function actually starts decreasing as you're born, so in humans, the thymus involutes, that means it shrinks, and that is an irreversible process. And so, when you are younger, the number of immune cells in your thymus trains is far more as you age. So, vaccines are not going to rely on anything, they're not giving you any supernatural powers. They still have to rely on your immune system. So if your immune system is not capable of training or giving you those long-term memories, I'm not sure how much that helps or not helps and how much of that is a placebo effect. I don't know actually how much time I have. I have time? 40 minutes more. Okay, let's do this. So, the next thing that I really sort of was fascinated with was this whole thing of, again, in some ways sound bites and how data that's published can be misinterpreted and then it's given out as something that becomes the new truth. And so here's an example take these rats and hold them in your hand, and then you and then you put them in water and look at how long they will swim. That the rats that you held in your hand, they swam up to 60 hours compared to rats that were not held in their hand. And so when I read that, it just sort of gave me the heebie-jeebies, or it sort of didn't sound right. And the reason is because I worked with rats and mice, and in my experience, that's a huge stressor. So it didn't make sense to me, and I said, let me actually look at the original paper and see, is that really true? Lo and behold, it turns out that the actual paper said that 50% of rats that were held in hand died right away because it was a huge stressor, and it depended on whether they were wild rats or they were house lab rats. So the lab rats are used to being handled, so they can take that handling as a stressor. But if it's a wild rat, which is a spot from the wild, and you hold it, 50% of them just die because they just give up. So it's actually complete opposite of the article that was published and was being circulated. And that was an accidental discovery. And not just that, the original paper actually talks about when they test different batches of rats and wild versus lab rats, if the wild rat actually doesn't give up, it can swim up to 60 hours. But the variability is anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes to 60 hours. And you look at this graph, and it says an N of 7. Anyone of you see an error bar? So this is an average graph with no error bar. So you don't know actually how many of those rats swam for 60 hours. You don't know how many of them even died. So even then, the way the data is presented is all in the details, because in the 1940s or 50s, when they used to write these kind of papers, it was very, very descriptive, and actually reading them is in some ways like reading a story. And it's really, it gives a lot of information. And what this scientist was trying to do actually was trying to then, using his own data from these rats, he found moreover that if you cut off their whiskers and then you put them in water, most of them will die right away. So whiskers are extremely important. But then he gave, there were 10 different variables that, including water temperature, that could determine how long the rats will swim. So none of that, of course, was in that write-up, but more than that, what he was also trying to explain, and instead of that hope, that lovey-cuddly feeling that you get by holding the mice, which is what the article said, in some ways it may be true, but in his opinion, at least for the experimental process that they were doing, it was more for handling stress. But what he did that is then to go and explain some of the findings by another scientist at that time, Walter Cannon, who was studying people who, tribal people, so in a lot of tribal nations or tribes, there is a lot of things that are taboo, and they believe in voodoo and stuff like that. And so if some person didn't follow those rules, and they were then, I guess, sentenced to death, and they would be either publicly shamed or, hanged depending on their rituals, right? So the night before that were going to be hanged, they would be isolated and put in a small hut. And what Walter Cannon found was that 50% of those people were mostly young people, because they were young and they didn't follow the rules. Next day, they would be just dead. And the reason is because they felt hopeless, that they didn't weren't going to be able to escape that situation, so they just gave up and they died. Not only that, he went on to find that in Second World War II, when America was sending their young people to fight, many men died just before being deployed. And part of that was because they didn't have any hope of coming back. So they didn't want to go to a fate where they didn't know what was going to happen. So he called that phenomena of sudden death. Now, I think we created a scenario with COVID where there was so much fear that was generated that having COVID was worse than having leprosy or HIV or whatever you name it. And there's no cure for it. So if you had COVID, how many people do you think just gave up? Perhaps a lot of them, because there was just so much misinformation and there is so much of isolation that in some ways it really reminded me of what was happening to these people and the stories that are in this particular publication. So that particular graph in there reminded me of averages and how you present your data. And I think I sort of gave this example in my talk. And I find this really interesting because hopefully it will make you all think too as to how you present your data and how you, when you're looking at graphs and figures, and when people talk about averages, how much really is applicable to that particular scenario. So this example, as per the CDC, an average swimming pool in the US contains these many 6.23 fecal accidents. Now it seems maybe depending on where you are. I mean, if you're a facility like in YMCA where the swimming pool is open to all, or in a gym, then perhaps that may be possible. But if you have a pool in your home, 6.2 fecal accidents seems like a lot, right? And it's disturbing. So when you look at the raw data, where did that data come from? First of all, the number of facilities is surveyed is only 47. So you're basing all of this just on 47 facilities, and you look at the different data points, right? So there are many where there were none, and I assume that these must be either private homes, or we don't even know if these were all the same kind of facilities. So obviously, if you're somewhere here, it's a great concern, but if you're here, it's not a great concern. And so this just views the way the whole data is analyzed, and same thing if you see a publication where they're talking about these averages, you really need to look at what the raw data is, and does that really apply to their findings or not. So your data collection method is extremely important, and if your data relies on surveys, which it could be on this time, then there is always recall bias, right? So if you ask how many of you had COVID twice, and lots of times will go up, and a lot of times you ask, how was your first COVID diagnosed? Well, that happened before any test came out. Okay, so we talked about Parkinson's. There are lots of symptoms that are common. How do you know you didn't have something that was not COVID? Because I lost my smell of taste and I lost my smell of sense of smell. Okay, but there are lots of infectious diseases in which you lose your sense of taste and smell, not just COVID. They talk about long COVID. Lyme disease is one disease where you have huge long-term symptoms. If you're infected with Epstein-Barr virus, mononucleosis, really long-term symptoms. Dengue, chikungunya, I can keep naming. So why is COVID so different? So and of course your controls are important. information is key. So showing a graph for that would be fine because you wouldn't know what the standard deviation is, because a lot of times we show standard error mean to show small error bars. And then of course your game of averages. So this is another unfortunate thing, which is that research findings that are probably wrong are cited far more than the lowest ones. Because the lowest findings are boring. Or most of the time they are written in a way that doesn't catch people's attention. Whereas findings that are wrong, with going back to that Alzheimer's paper, which was published in 2006 in Science, it still gets continued to be cited. And we'll hear more from Jonas when he talks about some of the data that, when you go back and look at some of the data that is published in Nature and Science, there's a lot of cherry picking of the data. And in fact, one of the biggest studies that was done by Amgen in 2013 and 2014, Amgen spent over $1 billion in trying to replicate 52 studies that they just picked from Nature and Science and Cell, or maybe just Nature and Science. And they were all on cancer drugs that were shown to be highly, they're published in Nature and Science. They're supposed to be all curing cancer. And when they tried to replicate those studies, anybody who wants to guess how many they could replicate? Give a number?
10%? 10%?
5. 5 studies, only the main experiment. No study with every single experiment was reproducible. And when they interviewed one of the leading scientists, he said, oh, well, we tried it 10 times, and one time we got the result we wanted, so we took that data and published it. So what's the role of the journal? They don't have any liability, they don't take any responsibility. You need to pay tons of money to publish in Science and Nature, and there's no accountability. So they're not the police, they're not whatever, and the reviewers are, if you haven't published in Science and Nature, you will not be invited to review, and most of the people who publish in Science and Nature, in fact, don't have the depth to actually review that paper, because a lot of that work is done by people in the lab and not by themselves. So there is a lot of gap between what gets reviewed and what gets published and where it gets published. So very quickly, I just did this PubMed search on the word SARS, right? Because COVID is just consuming us all. And as you can see, between 1911 and 2023, the number of publications are over 200,000. But where does that come from, the number? So between 1911 and 2020, there were only 1,814 publications on SARS. And then in 2019, 354. From the time it was declared as a pandemic and during lockdown, between January of 2020 and October of 2020, we had nearly 40,000 publications. And by the time that year ended, we had a total of 62,000. 2021, nearly 90,000. This is all being produced during lockdown. People are supposedly not working. And the first publication on SARS happened in 1911, and we had a novel coronavirus. Okay, so in somewhere around last year in 2020, there were far more infants who died, and children under 10 died in the US. Not because of COVID, but because of RSV infection. and actually a lot of them were triply infected, but not with necessarily COVID. So RSV killed a lot more kids, and if you PubMed RSV, and you see 1956 two publications, 2023 so far 355, and total number of publications only 15,000. It's killed more kids than COVID put together in all 3 years in just last year, and we don't have even 1/10 of the publications that we have on COVID or SARS-CoV. So you guys are the future. You need to think about how you are going to be controlling the world in terms of the direction in which science is going to take. So, we talk about climate change. And we talk a lot about the contribution of man and humankind in climate change. So, what I want to do is just go over a little bit about the history of pandemics. And some of it I understand, some of it I don't understand. But how do these numbers come in terms of how many people died? Because even today, we don't know really how many people died because they happened to have COVID and they had some other comorbidity and they died because of that rather than because of COVID alone. So we just don't have those numbers. So I also don't know how the numbers for how many people died, say, of smallpox, 56 million, whatever this is, 15, 20, 80. So we just take these numbers with a grain of salt and assume that these numbers are correct. But if you look at the history of pandemic, since they were being documented, you can see they sort of alternated between plague and smallpox. Do you think there were no coronaviruses or influenza or anything at that time? Was there or wasn't there? Was there. But we didn't have any pandemics from those. Or even between the pandemics of, let's say, smallpox to smallpox compare, there is over 400 years before you get the next pandemic. So what happened? Yes, you had millions of people die, but probably people who survived, their immune systems got trained so that they could actually fight off the infection for the next 400 years. Do we, in those 400 years, the number of people that probably did die or survived was probably bigger than what the vaccine was saved, but who knows? So we have this history where plague, smallpox, smallpox, and then we get outbreak of cholera, and then the yellow fever. But pretty much these really, if you like, bad diseases. And then comes HIV in the 1980s. Well, then there are, I forget, the Spanish flu and the Russian flu. So this was the first flu epidemic reported in the 1800s or early 1900s. And in fact, one of the interesting facts is that when the Russian flu broke out, they were thinking of vaccinating the people. But before that, the flu vaccine was against bacterial flu. And if they would have vaccinated people, it wouldn't have done anything because this particular flu was a viral flu. So it's just as well that they didn't vaccinate people because it wouldn't have served the purpose. But suddenly you see, since the 1980s, the number of epidemics and pandemics has increased enormously. And so why is that? Do you think there is some contribution of humans in changing how these diseases are evolving? So not just in climate change, because of the climate changes, you also change in some ways, the behavior of the pathogens that rely on you and the environment. So for example, taking the mosquitoes and modifying them so that you can prevent malaria from happening. Now, to me, in some ways, it's very short-sighted approach, because if you think about it, Plasmodium actually evolved much before mosquitoes came on this earth. So they had another host before Plasmodium, and before humans came, so they had not just the primary, the secondary host in which the disease actually happened, was something else than humans. So then they jumped to humans because, for whatever reason. So do you think we would be able to eradicate them, or would they find another host? And what if right now the vector is Anopheles, which only is found in Africa and India? What if they change and jump their vector and the mosquito that's present globally? You're going to spread malaria globally. So when you put that kind of pressure on pathogen is also trying to survive. And in fact, the GM mosquitoes that were released in India, and for whatever reason, Indian government put its hand up and said, okay, try us, we'll be the guinea pig, and they were released in Ahmedabad and in Delhi. It turns out that the lifespan of GM female mosquitoes is a week longer than that of a wild cat. And what if the whole construct is leaky and the sterilization is not complete? And what if the female mosquito breeds now lives longer? So what are you going to do? How do you know what's the payload, the viral load in these female mosquitoes? What if it's higher than in the wild type? And in fact, if you look, it seems to me that the number of dengue cases and chikungunya cases went up in these two cities after the GM mosquitoes were released. So before you talk about trying to save the world, or come up with technology that is half-tested or half-baked, I think that's why in some ways evolution appears to be so slow, because it is optimizing not for just one thing, right? Going back to that example of the car, just changing the engine is not going to help. We need to optimize so many different components, and that optimization takes time. You can't do that optimization in 3 months. So if we think we can solve these problems in 3 months or 6 months, then that's not going to happen. So we just have to take our time. And in the meantime, life goes on. So I think if your hope is greater than fear, then you will act in a way that changes for better. But if your fear is greater than hope, then the change is for worse. So what I want to leave you with is that our reality is this. We are all these battered people with lots of diseases, and we keep taking therapeutics and we think we look like this. And our virtual reality is that we are all Ferraris. So thank you.
Yeah, nature knows how to survive, and nature has its own merits and demerits, and Corona has shown the enough, because Indian population has thought of the way Italy and other countries have suffered the havoc. India has not suffered because our kitchens were enough, having the immunity, and young lot, particularly those who have born with the age of pizza and Domino's, they have suffered a lot impact of corona. So when you say this, nature has its own way. Don't you think that's what suggestion is, just asking you a suggestion, yes, nature sends these signals, yes, it is a time to rejuvenate, revoke, and we give the blame game of climate change or any anthropogenic or any man-made changes?
It is an interesting thought, right? So it's not like the young of every country has the same burden of disease, and not everywhere they were eating the same kind of food. You obviously adapt to your own cuisine, and you evolve with that, right? It's not so obviously for the Indian population, and in some ways, like example I would give you is that a lot of Indians who leave India and go to the US, within about a decade, a number of them get gluten allergy. Now, when you lived here for 25 years, 35 years of your life, and you ate wheat every day of your life, and you don't have gluten allergy, why do you suddenly get gluten allergy over there? And there can be a number of reasons why they have gluten allergy. One is, of course, the wheat is very different than what is here in India. There is a lot more gluten in the wheat than you get in the West. And the second is that diet changes considerably for most people. So it's a combination of things. So what you're saying that the diet probably has a role to play in many other populations who switch to a diet that is not like normal diet for the Indian subcontinent. And you will have consequences, whether it's just corona or other health consequences. But probably it will also adapt over time. Yes.
I was just looking at what you were talking about the COVID vaccine, and you said that that's true that the COVID vaccine doesn't prevent the infection. Right? There's no evidence available to that. So keeping that in mind, it is just a speculative question that what ultimately ended COVID epidemic? Was it vaccine or was it the natural immunity that we all call like anything? I got it twice, right? And I had a very bad time with it because of that. Maybe the second time I got was after vaccination. So you think that the whole vaccine thing that was done was a big rip off, that they just made billions of dollars out of it, when actually did not do anything to end the epidemic. So what exactly is your estimation on that?
So I think that's such a political subject, and in my understanding of the scientific literature, because it's not about my opinion, it's about what we understand, let's say, from flu, something which is very similar to COVID. And if you look at the data, flu vaccines have existed for over a decade. Did they eradicate flu? And the answer is no. Does it reduce the number of people with flu every year? And the answer is no, because when you have a more severe strain of flu, you will still have more people are infected with flu, and people still die from flu. And if you look at the demographics of people who suffer the most are people who have comorbidities. So, for a minute, just leaving aside COVID or flu, I think it's finally gone accepted in paper. We did a survey or we looked at if people have two or more comorbidities, what happens. And what we found was that, especially people with diabetes or obesity, if people who are diabetic and then they have liver disease, cardiovascular disease, or pancreatitis, or any other disease, their chances of dying with the second disease is almost 80% more than if they had only one disease. So now you put COVID or you put flu on top of that, it's the same. So it's no different than having any other second comorbidity. But we are not looking at any of this rationally. So the question really is, was there an increase in death? Of course there was an increase in death. What was the reason for that increase in death? Was it really truly COVID, or was it because of the panic and the fear that was spread, that there wasn't enough attention paid to the underlying diseases in most people, and because they didn't get treated for that particular disease, that they died because they also had COVID. So, what ended the pandemic? I mean, the pandemic ended in India in some ways a long time ago, right? All the restrictions and all things went away over a year ago. In the US, you still can't enter if you're not vaccinated. We still have all the mandates. So, is the pandemic there or not there? In the state of Maryland, they have mandates only for students and not for anybody else. So, is the pandemic only affecting the students? Why do they only need to be vaccinated? I think it's more political and policy rather than science that's driving the question. And of course, at least in the US, the vaccine makers are immune from being sued, especially if anything is approved under emergency use authorization. So Pfizer has a vaccine that is approved or fully licensed, and yet that is not the one that's being given. What's being given is still which is under EUA, so that if there are any deaths or adverse events, they can't be sued or held accountable. So obviously, depending on which state, at least in the US, you were, either there was no pandemic or there wasn't any. For example, if you compare the state of Florida and California, Florida didn't put any restrictions, there were no mandates, there were no requirements, and the number of actual deaths were lower in state of Florida compared to state of California. Now, you could still say that those numbers are all doctored. I haven't looked at who's giving out those numbers, but at least what's being put out by the hospitals is, and if you look at different state-wise, there was just really no evidence to say that the states that were heavily vaccinated, the number of deaths were any less than the number of deaths in the states that were not vaccinated. So, I really don't know what, like I said, in the US you still can't enter if you're not vaccinated. But in the rest of the world you can go and travel.
Only to the foreign passport.
Only, yes.
You can go in.
So if you're a US citizen
Why
or a
not?
US green
By passport.
card holder, if you are unvaccinated, you're free to come and go. But if you don't have a US passport or a green card holder, if you're not vaccinated, you cannot enter. So is it only pandemic for the foreign nationals and not for the US nationals? So when you have that kind of, how scientific is that?
Comment and question. Just want to make a comment and questions. So the comment, it's very pity that Dr. Miroslav Radman couldn't be here today. I was listening yesterday, his talk in Croatian language. As you will all know, the scientists sometimes give a talk in the national languages and they don't get always translated. He was giving explanation on a national TV, so in a simple language that the virus is an RNA virus, which mutates a lot, and that every now and then mutates so much that it just kills itself. So I'm just putting a very brief, what I could work it out at 1 a.m., don't tell anybody, I was listening at the time. So, and what I could understand at 1 a.m. until students go to sleep, but don't find it myself. So, what we realize, from what Aditi just said, and what Mira said, is that we are facing complex situations and we simplify it to layman terms. The multidisciplinarity or interdisciplinarity, one of your students asked me these few days, what is the difference of these two? We collaborate. But to collaborate, we simplify everything. Even Aditi and I have maybe forgotten this multiplication of mutation in RNA viruses. Miroslav Radman thinks any vaccine attempted towards SARS-CoV-2 would have not worked because it mutates so much in between. But as Aditi said, when you have a different passport allowing you to go to one country, no matter that you lived, if you live in Italy, Sweden, and you haven't put your foot in America for the last 10 years, and you have a passport, you'll be able to go. But not your spouse, not your neighbor, not your student you want to take, you don't have to stay with the same passport. So, science and power, scientists don't make laws. We have our lawyer who just landed, so we will realize that today science is being simplified, law is being complexified. So this leads me to a question. Aditi, even you pointed out results which are not rigorous enough. Citation index is out of the window. Popular studies get cited more. Of course, if you work on diseases which 100 labs in the world work on, or 5 labs work on, how can they compare how many times you cite something depending on the topic of your research? Even in golf, they put a handicap to see how many times have you hit this little white ball, but they don't check how many labs in the world work on a topic. So I think statistics, as we will find out sadly, is not an exact science, but it hits us right in our eye right now. We cannot pretend that we have a PhDs and that we will accept this thing. It just does not make sense. And if you look law, I teach a little bit intellectual property, and I don't have time, I don't find time. I prefer staying 3 more days in India than searching database to find out what I remember from 20 years ago. If there is a planetary threat, the IP laws, intellectual property, do not apply. So sorry, pharmaceutical industry. One time, the planet is going to sink, you don't get your money back. It's not the case. So I think simplification is a big problem. So if you come from another field, if a scientist goes to a law conference, you are the king, you're the Nobel Prize winner, you're also Cambridge Yale combined in one, because you know a little bit about science. If a lawyer comes here, she's ready to heaven. You know, she will tell us and we trust her. So the multidisciplinarity in a more complex world, it's very difficult. In the last 20 years, we created 70% of knowledge. What do we study? We all have a diploma, BA in law, BA in this, even from Oxford, Cambridge, Stockholm. We don't know that field. We know fragments of it. So, Aditi, then we find out all these things which are not correlated to reality. We do tell these people, you know, you should really work something out of it. But I can't. There is too much background knowledge. So what is the next step? If you find all these articles and statistics of citation of articles that that it's not a new virus, where do we go from there?
Thanks, Barbara. So, yes, it's a more simplification of that answer. So, before I answer your last question, where do we go from there? Maybe I should start from there. I think, what is the difference, let's say, between why am I asking these questions? Why are 80% of people not asking this question? Anybody wants to take a guess? I mean, I had to retire at a young age because my job would have been at risk because of my views on science. But I survived. And why am I asking this question? And I think I'm asking this question because I feel very fortunate that my foundations were very strong. My scientific foundation was very strong. That I was very lucky that when I was doing my PhD, that I could ask any question and I could, in some way, question the dogma. And if you think about it, in molecular biology, the dogma was, what's the molecular biology dogma?
DNA, RNA.
DNA, RNA, protein. So no retroviruses exist. Because how do you go back from RNA to DNA? HIV does not exist in that dogma. And so many other retroviruses. So just because you cannot explain something from your knowledge at that time does not mean that it does not exist. So how do you solve that is by having good foundation and not ignoring the data that doesn't agree with you. So that's why in some ways, yes, I answered to Omar in a more simpler way, but if you want to look, in fact, one of the first strains of coronavirus in India was the Delta virus. And the Delta strain was far more infectious, but it wasn't virulent. And there's a difference between being infectious and being virulent. And in fact, if the virus has to survive, it wants to be more infectious and more transmissible because it wants as many hosts as it can be in, but it doesn't want to kill them. And that was known then, and yet the fear of Delta was propagated. The animal models, none of the animal models actually are fit to study coronaviruses because coronavirus does not even cause any disease in either the macaques or rats or mice. So you don't have a correct model to study. The flu virus, it also mutates every 4 to 5 years, and one of those mutations are more virulent than the previous year, and then that will cause more disease. The other way to think about it, how do you make regular vaccines, the normal viral vaccines? You make them in chicken eggs. And how do you make them in chicken eggs? The first time the virus doesn't grow. The second time you passage it, it grows a little bit more. By the time you are in the 10th passage, the virus has forgotten that it's a human virus and it thinks it's a chicken virus. So now it has mutated and adapted with the chicken as its host. And if you didn't control it, it will be a chicken epidemic. And that is why those kind of vaccines are much harder to make in bulk. And when you take that attenuated and dead virus and give it back to humans, and it works as a vaccine, but it's mutated. It's no longer infectious in humans. But sometimes it is leaky, which is an example of
that why is side effects from the vaccine acceptable? There are a lot of people who become paralyzed with a number of vaccines, not just COVID, other vaccines. And that is okay, but getting the disease and having those effects is not okay. So again, if it should still be a choice. It shouldn't be mandated. There are many people who haven't gotten COVID even now. And my daughter is one of them. All her roommates got COVID. Is she a super immune person? No. She's got other diseases and other infectious diseases. And she was also sick like a dog. Went and they tested her for COVID. She was negative. She was negative for flu. She was negative for strep. She was negative for 5 other things they tested. So what does she have? Just because it was not COVID, even though it was just as severe as having full fever, she's sent back home. Or sent back to her dorm. So we have this, COVID was just in some way a huge excuse for some people to recover their costs. That's how I see it. But the reason why it was so disappointing is that natural immunity was completely low. Where do you think, till recently, even for vaccine makers, limiting natural immunity was the gold standard. But suddenly, for COVID, natural immunity is not good enough. That is the first thing you should be questioning. Where are all the immunologists? Why are they not up and up? But they're not. And I work with mRNAs. mRNA has a huge potential, but as you know, mRNA, how many of you have actually done like transfection of RNA into a cell? Anyone? When you give RNA into cells, you actually don't know how many of those cells take up RNA. Only 5%, only 10%. When we look at the readout, we then only focus on those 10%. We don't care about the 90% that didn't take it up. Or we look at those 10% for the 2 days that we are looking at expression, and we don't care what happens to the cells after 2 days. It could be completely toxic, but we don't care. When you modify mRNA, mRNA normally has a half-life. The modified mRNA that we use in the vaccine doesn't clear from your system for over 30 days. So if it's sitting there, do you think it's making protein? And if it's not making protein, then it's a problem. What was it doing in the first place? So it just sits there and the cell thinks, okay, I have this something extra, I'm just going to keep it. No, it has to pay a price. And what is that price? Do we understand that? We don't. So I could talk for hours on the mechanism and all the things that are not right, but does that mean that mRNA therapeutics is all hoax? And the answer is no. It has the potential, but we just don't understand. So when you get enamored with the technology, and it's not that it's a new technology, this mRNA trials were being done for over a decade. They were trying it for Zika, they were trying it for influenza. In fact, Moderna published a paper in 2019 with phase 1 against influenza using the same mRNA technique. And they had tried that two routes, intradermal and intramuscular. In the intradermal clinical trial, 50% of their patients died. 50% of their patients died. And they had to stop that route of administration within 1 week. In the intramuscular route,
after phase 1 trial, there were 126 unanticipated adverse events reported. That's all there in clinicaltrials.gov. What happened to the scientific community? Fear. I don't want to die today. It's okay, maybe if the vaccine doesn't work, at least it's not going to kill me. It's not going to take it. Is that science? I call that andhvishwas. How's that different from that? So, as a scientist, to me, there wasn't enough evidence that these vaccines were working. There wasn't enough evidence that the benefits were more than the harmful effects that I could get, or at least that I heard what the harmful effects were in people, ranging from paralysis to losing a number of other regular functions, is more scary. I would rather risk getting COVID than getting these side effects for something. The biggest thing with vaccines is that it's given to healthy people and it's given to masses. It's not like any other therapeutic, right? If you had a disease which was already impacting your quality of life, then yes, you are willing to take those risks, right? If you're not able to move, if you're not able to, or if you are having epileptic fits, you may be willing to try something because your quality of life is so bad. But if your quality of life is fine, why would I take it? Just would you keep taking those things just because 10 days down the line you might have fever? No. So why should I take something for which I don't know I may or may not have, and especially for something that will not give me protection or not prevent that disease from happening? So it's not like the chickenpox vaccine which you take, even that doesn't prevent transmission. If you're vaccinated against chickenpox, you still get infection, except that the immune response is good enough to curb the symptoms down so you don't have a very severe disease. So is our vaccine good? Does our vaccine save you? Perhaps. And especially for something that may be really lethal, it may be less that I'm maybe going to take. But for something like flu or COVID, I don't think so. And also, what are you doing to your immune system? There are now enough published studies which have compared the immune response after you get COVID, and if you're unvaccinated versus if you get COVID after you're vaccinated. The first antibody that's made, which is neutralizing antibody after you get coronavirus infection if you're not vaccinated, is against the nucleocapsid protein. More than 40% of the antibodies come from the nucleocapsid. And the neutralizing antibodies are IgA antibodies and IgM antibodies, not IgG. 90% of publications talk about IgG antibodies. They're not neutralizing antibodies. So what are you doing? It's like saying, I lost my needle there, but the light is here, so I'm just going to look here. And that's what they're doing. The component of spike protein antibodies is extremely less, and spike protein after natural infection antibodies against that comes at a later phase, and that's not part of the neutralization. Yet the vaccine only focuses on spike protein. So when you compare
what's the difference between a horse and a zebra, whatever it is. So I think taking those cross with or learning from plants. So I don't think any of the knowledge that you learn is waste. And that knowledge is depends on what you do with it. And at some point you can connect the dots. And that is why I think the basics are so important. Because when you understand the basics, the rest is all icing. Right? So if you look at DNA transcription or DNA replication. I mean, you need a template and you need DNA polymerase and you need the nucleotide. And the rest is all, it could depend on the cell type, it could depend on disease condition, it could depend on the rate of how it's transferred. There could be so many different nuances, and that all comes to me is icing. But if you understand the basic steps, you understand, you have that power to solve anything and asking what you can learn from other disciplines. So I think it's the foundation that is key.
Thank you, ma'am. It is indeed informative. So now we can break the lunch. But before we break the lunch, anybody who would like to volunteer and tell at least one or two things that you like the most out of non-session? Anybody? Quick. Some takeaway message? I don't think you guys want to wait. I'm sure you all are feeling hungry, so quick. Fast. Anyone? I'm not clear enough. I'm not speaking anything. So let's start from here. Everybody, one word quickly. One word or something like that. Something conversation. You can see AI reality.
I really like the challenges with publications and whatnot. Okay. I think innovation extreme was very good.
You don't let him come in that sentence.
I like the message of never giving up. I actually like how she replied for sir's question about this basic discussion around the people in America eat a lot of junk food, not in India. I like how they said always read the ask differently whenever you see statistics, because it's always easy to learn statistics.
Anything you dislike?
Okay, next. Anything that you didn't like? Or you think there's a scope for improvement or some
You
suggestions?
can debate.
I don't think there's anything like that.
You're not going to get into trouble. I'm not grading you. Yeah, right.
Okay, so that's it. So we'll break for lunch now. So lunch is arranged for all the guests in the VIP lounge. We'll accompany you. And for the other attendees, in case you want lunch, then contact us. But it's going to be on a paid basis. Okay, so we'll meet again at 2:30 for the next.
by the team of local students. The very efficient decision between Aditi and the local organizer means that there is a group of students, about 10, dedicated that look after us in the logistics, meeting us, and so on. So I cannot tell you which pleasure I had, and I have to really thank Miroslav Radman, who together with Aditi is at the origin of this idea, with his long-term experience with DNA repair, being recognized in the United States, in France, and worldwide. And Miro is catching a flight in half an hour to Paris. So to be able to pack and have a video call, Miro, we are very, very grateful. So we took a liberty to invite everybody to medals in a Science and Power 2024. And we are looking very much forward to your guidelines for the time you have.
I have a lovely memory of Bangalore. I was visiting long ago my late friend Obay Siddiqui, who founded the marvelous institute, the National Center for Biological Research in Bangalore, where I stayed for a week. Now I wish that you would be, that I would see you here at a much smaller but a lovely institute, the Mediterranean Institute for the Study of Life, that's how we call it. And just during this shortened, I had to take my flight in 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. So I will condense my expose because we are still in founding mode. And you know, for something new to emerge and to survive, be it an idea, be it a biological species, what is important is the so-called founder effect. Founder effect in the sense that whenever something out of the mainstream, this could be biological mainstream, the plant, or cultural or political mainstream, in order for something new to first appear and then emerge and then get fixed in the population, i.e. make it to spread. It always starts with a handful of enthusiasts who at one point become convinced that there is an issue, and this could be a new movement in painting, in music, in science, you know, like the quantum physics, after the mechanics. At this time, it is I think it is a movement. You will discuss this and decide better. But there was a synchronicity between Aditi's activity in the United States and her point of view. And I think Nada was connecting because there was a synchronicity. In this place in Croatia, in this Institute for Mediterranean Institute for the Science of Life, we had during the COVID period here with my friend Dr. Germanovic this theme of science and power came as a necessity in a way. We felt that we were losing the power of saying what we know as scientists, that we were losing our freedom. And as much as is it more important than freedom? Who would want to be a slave in good health? I would not look forward to that. Health is used to express the freedom and live the freedom and produce things out of the freedom to think and to do. And I thought that COVID period was a brutal attack on certainly my freedom. And many people, millions, felt that, but not all. Those who were afraid just joined the mainstream, the majority, I'm afraid, and this saddened me a lot, because what I could diagnose, and I think many people could if they cared, diagnose that instead of what would be natural, that science, knowledge enters the power as an advisor, not as sharing power, because nobody who has the power wants to share it. But in an advisory role. And my only political experience was during 4 years, about 20 years ago, when I came from Paris. While I was still actually active in Paris. By the way, as a molecular biologist and geneticist, as Nada mentioned, I was nominated for 4 years as a special science advisor to the Prime Minister of Croatia. And I could really feel how weak is the voice of scientists. Weak in terms of leverage, influence. And during the COVID period, this became flagrant, and I was afraid that the science will be rotting, that this entry of power in science, instead of science and knowledge into power, in an advisory role, that this opposite unnatural direction, that this power came to control scientists and science, what to do and what to say. I thought that this was one of the most dangerous things that happened since Oxford and Bologna, 10 centuries of the freedom of colleges and of ivory towers of science and knowledge. I felt that this was a great danger, and that it could be led this way without resistance. We could be led to do anything, including criminal things, joining the shock of atomic bomb with perhaps even more frightening biological weapons. And what really happened in Wuhan, that I would like to use this few minutes just to say that I'm joining you with my mind and heart and soul in developing this issue. We would have to be conscious that it will be a founder effect. There will be counter activity and counter propaganda against such voice, because this kind of voice was totally silenced, was totally dominated by the politics, by power, by powerful corporations by either what, financial interest and so on. And it is up to us to think how to be smart, not to look for trouble, but to be smarter than those who want to control us and who want us to lose the freedom that was there, since many centuries. So the oldest policies, and this freedom, even today, when you go to Harvard University or Varanasi University where I visited, there is a wall around the university. There's a wall put to protect the freedom. And this wall is even physical. And the police, in the case of Harvard, for sure I know, cannot, even federal police, cannot enter the space of this ivory tower of science, because science is looking for truth. Everything else is manipulation. Such that this independence of academic institutions, the protection of their independence and freedom, even by a physical wall. I find that this is the tradition we're referring to. And I had no idea, I'm a very bad organizer, Nada knows, really lousy organizer of anything. But I like to see that there I have more talent for stimulation of the process, and then watch how process evolves. Be there as an animator, among the animators, and I hope that this frustration that I felt will, we got together because we had very similar perception of what was going on. And what was going on is cheating on truth, lying. One of the last times was that the coronavirus does not mutate. This was in WHO. We heard all kind of horrors and some kind of barbarian rage back into some dark past. And I thought that I was disappointed by my friends and colleagues all over the world. I know a good deal of them, especially the biologists, from Japan to United States and to South America, that nobody spoke up. Maybe Ioannidis at Stanford. That's too little. Too little. I mean, in times where the number of scientists in the world, at the time, mainly in Europe, in centuries, there was this voice of reason, of truth, and knowledge, which is always, of course, limited. But this time, I think the issue, the danger is multiplied many times, because the technologies that are the fastest growing technologies are also the tools that facilitate the control over other people and control over information, be it correct one or be it a lie. So the issue is huge. It may be frightening how huge is the issue, but when I start doubting is it worth it, I go and look at my children and my grandchildren, and then there is no more doubt in my mind that I should be the rebellion. In a way, it gives us
and identity and declaration of our own freedom. Almost like I rebel, thus I am. To paraphrase René Descartes, I think that's he also feeds, thus we are. Senso ergo sum, not only cogito ergo sum. And I hope that this meeting in Bangalore, that this meeting will spread the emotion, the feeling that one is doing something, saying something, which is correct. Where it would be incorrect not to say, because we would be responsible then even post-mortem, be responsible for the larger life of our grandchildren. So this is my plea to light this fire and keep it growing actually until we can please the next meeting, which will be in this lovely place here, and have no knowledge or talent how to organize it. I told you I'm a really lousy organizer, but this doesn't depend, fortunately, on me. Get please with the ideas how to be most efficient in acquiring or reacquiring the freedom that the scientists used to have, and use the tools of technology, of information, of spreading information, by being sure that being scientists, that we would be checking this information, making sure that it is a true one, and then adding upon that some vision, because nobody can predict the future, but without vision, without some dream, there is no reason to do anything for tomorrow. Just go now and eat and drink right now, and then stop. So please, come up with your own creativity, how to avoid trouble. This is rebelling, not a revolution. It's claiming what we human beings are told in different declarations of United Nations, that we have the freedom to say what we think, and freedom of action if it is not dangerous or toxic to other people. I think what happened to us because of our absence of this freedom for the scientists, that many people were victims, unnecessary victims of this so-called pandemic. And mind you, this is talking about dead people for whatever reason is really heavy for me, in my stomach here. But after 3 years, the last number that I saw is like 6 million dead people that are so presented as victims of COVID. There may be, I think there are less direct victims of COVID. There may be more. There's just no good data on this. And this is in 3 years. So it's 2 million per 7 billion per year. Now look how many deaths are due to malaria, to dehydration, And who died of these? Children. Children. So this whole thing is sort of upside down, at least this is my point of view. And let's start now with talking, saying that we are not blind. We have perceived something and open a dialogue. Maybe somebody from somewhere where there is a power, I think it is hiding because the presidents of states are not as powerful as we would think. Power is somewhere else, where the money, maybe even technologies are. So things are changing, and we should be changing our attention. So I wish you really, in a sense, not in a prosaic sense of success, like that, but somewhere in here, in the chest, there's a better feeling that we try to do something to reacquire the freedom and in the right place of influence, which you may call power, to the best of science, to fundamental science, to science disinterested in power and finance, because that's the only one that can come up with truth. If it's influenced by politics, by money making, it will not be truthful all the time. It will be manipulative. So in the place where this is happening now, and I picture three pictures where the Bangalore, and in the place where next it will be happening here, as we show you some sunshine. I know you have there even more, right? Over there, and the sea. Well, let me finish with this desire that we today, a handful of scientists, you, young scientists and students, that we would create a founder effect, which happens when a new biological species, very fragile at the beginning, survives only if it's isolated from the mainstream of plants that would otherwise take all the light and food from this fragile newcomer. And so this fragility of anything new is very well known. And we have to keep this in mind. Keep this in mind that sometimes during the process it's better not to be seen and heard too early. We have to mature the process, find the right words, and when that is done, then come out. A little bit like the nursery for plants. A new plant species could, and usually would be, very fragile at the beginning. If it tries to live in jungle, it has practically no chance to survive and to perpetuate. But if you take it into the nursery, you isolate it from powerful competition, and then this fragile-looking plant, protected, will eventually sometimes grow into a powerful tree, which was not killed too early. So watch that our initiative first goes for data, for truth, and then that it doesn't become an easy victim of the power. That it is not killed before it's blooming. That we have this protected isolation by isolation until one sees the results of that process. That's how I visualize it for myself. And I just, in these spontaneous words, I wish to send you and transmit as much as possible the feeling, the good feeling of friendship and apriori friendship, right? Not proven, but a feeling that we are doing something noble and ethical, if not for us, then for our children and for our grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Miro, I'm just going to. Mira, you make a sit here. Mira, I just want a few words from our host, our beautifully looking local host who represents her country beautifully, to say a few words. So she's Vidya is a professor and main organizer locally. So just a few words from Vidya.
Thank you for your talk, and it was really good. And we will definitely follow your mission and hope we reach you much faster. So thank you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Helen, come and say hello.
Good.
So Helen just arrived from the plane like 15 minutes ago. She just came and say one sentence that you see the live.
Yeah.
And for me, she's one of the key people, I have to admit, because the law world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry this time though. Yeah. But lovely to see you. It's about activating energy. I didn't say anything smart. Maybe I should have muted myself at the very beginning. But it is to fuel energy into initiating a fragile process that is, I'm sure, going to continue and to grow because it is the right thing to do.
I think we know your thoughts about the founder effect are very important. Yes, so we better to lie under the radar and see a little mature more. But hoping that even that idea to spread it in the schools and have them think about it as they grow, have those ideas also mature in their own mind. It's very important.
Yes, I remember now that my first, which is textbook since 45 years or something, discovery was the SOS response. Save our, or save our soul. So I gave the name to my first significant discovery, SOS response. So this is yet another SOS, launching an SOS call, B for ship or for the soul.
Very true.
Right.
I don't know if you can see the photos.
Yes, I was looking. Hello. Yes. I was looking and speaking through, and I'm pleased, very pleased to see the students present in this. It's their issue, even more than ours.
We have one student just address a couple of sentences, so you can hear the students saying something. Yes.
Hello, good evening. Lovely. Yeah, I'm sure that that we can light this fire of claiming our elementary freedom to speak, to watch, to analyze, and to accept or not. And I'm in very good contact. Very good contact. We are now, almost like old friends with the ambassador of India, Raj Srivastava, here in Croatia. And we have had already some purely academic initiatives to link medials with centers of excellence in India. And we are doing that. We are really going to facilitate that our young students and experts and yours exchange places, come together. To create this place here is in nature. It's an agora for meeting people, and I think that it seems that after France, that India will be the next partner in sharing everything that is shareable, that we want to share. So you can drop a note also to His Excellency Raj Srivastava here, because he is very active. He came to our institute 7 or 8 times already. So okay, for the meeting here, I'll involve him, or he will be pleased to be involved, I'm sure, for the next year's meeting in Madrid, in my institute here.
Just say one more sentence from the female student as well. We try to do representative.
Hello, I'm Namaste.
Hello.
I just want to know what keeps you motivated after all these years.
Sorry?
What keeps you motivated after all these years?
Oh, the motivation is the key question, because the key thing is motivation. Is a, I don't know, pathological optimism. Something that while I'm alive, I want to feel that I'm alive, and it could be a barbarian to waste the precious limited time of our life by not living it while we are alive, because I doubt that we will live it when we are dead. Although I'm ready for surprise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening to me.
I think probably we
Thanks
need
a
to
lot.
wrap up now because when really
I have, yes.
Before
I have
going
to rush to
to
the
give us this
airport.
time, we
I'm
really
sorry.
appreciate. So we look forward to medals next year, and just we can be assured that whatever we can do here, we are doing it, and we have the students to hear some of the wisdom, especially for you. As I want to stress one more time, it's a DNA specialist. He didn't have time to give us his scientific knowledge about RNA viruses, but this is based on a few decades of real hands-on experience. Thank you, Miro.
You're welcome.
Bon voyage.
Thank you.
So if I just want to say, he was now in his office, which is in the Mediterranean Center of Life Sciences. As you might know, Croatia economically, it's also not a very stable. Oh, I don't know who's following from there. So Miro is trying to do almost impossible. Continue to be a scientist, read articles, ask for grants, as well as being administrator of one institution. When I was organizing last year this for the first time, was a very, very busy task. We are learning how well you are doing all this. And as he stressed, for me, it comforts me in thinking that we felt the loss of freedom. And each time somebody talks about it, I feel, oh, I want to say a sentence. Now, what France had, and I experienced, is that in the beginning, March and April 2020, there were no face masks in France. Because a couple of years back, or 3-4 years, there was a surgeon who did an amazing operation on my son, and not entering the hospital without a mask. And everybody treated him, why are you exaggerating? How can you do this? And every now and then, I feel at the end of each month, I should write a letter to myself. What did I feel? Because I get influenced by somebody else. And I had to call the city hall of my village, saying, it's my child, he's a minor, I need to go to hospital. No, you don't need. And then what do? You turn to your friends. So I called a friend who's a nurse. Nurses had face masks, so somebody needed them. And just to go out. So it was really, I felt like a James Bond actor. I got in the car, I put the finger down, she gave me, an envelope. I took it with the hand, the dishwashing hand, what is it called, the gloves on. And, I came home, I put it in the garage for 48 hours. Then somebody locally was sending, they made lots of money. They made this like, you put a plastic thing over your face, so you buy those as well. I went to hospital. 3 months later, mask was obligatory. And we all forgot it. So it is a detail, but just me as a scientist, for me, really reassures what Leo says. Because we forget these things. And another thing which France has, like we are allowed to go out for a walk, like a few kilometers, and we need to sign to ourselves authorization to go. And if they don't catch you, then it's fine. So you just bind a dog's leash and actually walking, yourself for a walk. So there are a few things, maybe we live in a country which seem more democratic. So there are these kind of down to guts feeling, as Miro said, chess. So Miro is a catalyzer. When he says he's not organized, being emeritus at his age, he should just be enjoying the view for where he is. If he's now flying to Paris, he's having some scientific collaborations, I admire him. So whenever he says unorganized means I don't have time to do 37 hours in a 24-hour day. So he is this catalyzer, he has the personality to motivate us all, and I can't thank more Helen, who is our law connection. They just arrived and kind of threaded in here. So thank you for the great lunch, thank you all for being here, and I hope that this works live for him. He's really somebody who does have a deep knowledge, like he's a wisdom person, but not a wisdom person in a temple way. He's a wisdom person who was down, in the science gutters. He really needed to get funds. He was the one who got a scholarship for former Yugoslavia. That was not an easy thing either. Then also, yesterday on a TV program event with the Croatian language, he was in Harvard, and they said, why didn't you stay? He said, I didn't like American politics at the time, I didn't want my children to grow there. So he made, in my view, some very good family decisions as well. With that trust that he tells me, you see, as time goes by, you can't make all the decisions yourself. 19, 20, I want to do this. So in my case, I had 2 scholarships, just to show off a bit, for Oxford. And I chosen the first one. I remember it was 9th of December 1993, the day before going to the Nobel Prize ceremony show off in the day, because I was a guest student in Stockholm. And I said yes to the first scholarship. And the second one came a week after, because I said yes to the first one, I prepared the second project. I thought I can't change. I was alone living in Sweden. I didn't have an uncle, auntie, anybody. And I said, of course you would say no. There's a queue of scholarship people. I liked my project, but I tell the people I was already 25, 24, you can't make decisions for yourself. So if I need a decision in law, I'm not going to read the internet. I try to call a friend who knows the law. If you want to learn Italian, Swedish, come and see me. So you need to find out who are your life guides, that you can't make the decision yourself, but who will I ask? And don't be hesitate, to just, in the presence of time, fine. At the end of the lecture, whoever is a good teacher, you think like, they don't mind me asking, come and see them. One right decision might change your life. So another parenthesis, and I'll pass the word to somebody else. I mentioned I was at the Nobel Prize ceremony in 1993. Guess who got the Nobel Prize then, to whom I spoke? Is somebody, he was a bit of a funny scientist, but I still feel sorry for him that none of you know his name. He passed away. So for me, I wouldn't mention him maybe because he was a bit funny scientist, as I say. But for me, he was the switch on for fake news. Who invented PCR?
Harry Mullis.
Well done, Karl Mallis. So I spoke to him because I was at the Nobel Prize ceremony in 1993. The funny anecdote is that when I left running for grants, I switched in the law field, decided I'm not going to run for grants, to give my money to the Bio-Rad Boehringer Ingelheim. Some people have to do with science. So I spoke to him, and he gave me a bit of a, you realize in science, yes, there is a bit of a luck. So anyway, so that was for me very impressive that I spoke to him at the time, that I did hundreds of PCRs in my life, that I knew that PCR costs €3, and you can't make it pay €35. And then, in the middle of lockdown, I read about PCR and things, and they cited Karl Mallis. I can't remember in which way, what he said about PCR and COVID. He was already dead the year before he was cited. So for me, I don't trust anything on the internet. And then I'm going to link it with law. So 2 weeks ago, there is a yearly conference at the law faculty. I have a big discussion with my friends who are working in the journalism and law. Any false information in the news, on internet, you want to say, put on internet personal information about any of your professors, anybody you don't like, your neighbor, whatever, 3 months, shh, you just hope he won't see it. If in 3 months somebody didn't start a court case against the fake news on internet, forget it. It can never be put in question. For me, this is shocking. However, my law specialist colleague in journalism and internet justifies that. And that's why I can say we agree to disagree. Because she says if you don't have this kind of freedom, that after 3 months you know you will not be liable, no journal, say that I call it mainstream journals, so internet portals, but 3 months is a short time. We have all these platforms and this and so on. So anyway, sorry, I did get a bit of a sidetrack. I got boosted by Miroslav Radman, I can tell you all about him. So get your summer jobs, pay your ticket to come to Croatia next year. Don't rely on grants. Yeah, I don't know how much summer jobs pay, maybe you can do it. Find some way of, putting that money aside. Ask all of your family to put you your birthday money or whatever money and come to Croatia. You will have an amazing summer holiday. You will see the Roman palace, which has been standing 1,700 years in Split, my hometown, where he is right now. It's the only Roman palace which has been in activity since its construction. So 1,700 years ago, they could construct something more solid than what we construct today. So there's lots of things to be learned from those things. So, of course, Lydia, I think, should definitely be your representative. If any of you can come to talk to her, as I say, travel expense is always a bit of a difficulty, but try to find your way, and I'm sure if you combine your birthdays, your everything, don't play lottery if you don't believe in that. So Miro is my DNA referee. Whatever he tells me, I do believe in, and then he puts me in touch with other people. And he mentioned a person with whom he interacted, because I think he was a couple of months there at his institute. He's a psychiatrist who is Mira's doctor as well, a friend, and he gave us an opening talk last year in Medicines. And he says, give me a share of your power, and give me a share of your money, and I will keep quiet. So whoever earned any money on what has been happening in the world since March 2020 will not notice. I can just say that many pharmacies have Teslas parked in front of them, and I do know one accountant who works for pharmacy in France, and he said he wouldn't like to see what I see. Okay? Thanks very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Vidya ma'am to hand over the memento and saplings to Ms. Kenny. Yes.
Dr. Leeds, welcome you coming here. So it's welcoming ceremony.
Okay, so now we'll be having Sir Jonas Knapp talking on problems with data analysis. So,
Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Johannes Knapp. I will be giving a talk today about common problems when you're doing data analysis, because the more complex all the data processing gets and the more data we collect, the easier it is to make mistakes. And I think we've gotten to a point where there is lesser and lesser reproducibility between studies because everyone kind of processes data in their own way. And I feel like we need to find some kind of standard so that we get this reproducibility, especially between sequencing experiments, that we get it back. So these are some of the key issues I'll be talking about. The first issue is hard to solve. There's a lot of data formats. Everyone kind of uploads the data in the format that they want to. The worst one, I think, is PDF, because PDF files are hard to work with, but some people, a lot of studies, all their supplementary data is PDF. If you want to reanalyze it, if you want to process it further, you have to manually, or use text recognition or something, you have to first convert it out of PDF. So what's better than PDF is CSV or TSV, which are just text tables. And I think those are also better than Microsoft Excel, because Excel is proprietary and CSV is also faster, easier to reanalyze. And then for sequencing data, we have the FASTQ files. That's the normal standard. That's a very good standard to have, but they're not processed yet, or not always processed, the files that they're uploading. So the FASTQ files, they have the quality information in addition to the sequences. FASTA files don't have this quality information. So we do want to retain the quality information. So it would be ideal if teams would upload both the raw FASTQ files and then the filtered processed FASTA files. And then Bigwig is another one of those formats for the raw signal data. And then once you process the signal data, it turns into, you can use the MTX format, the market exchange format. This is probably a good format for sequencing data. I'll be discussing it more in a bit. So that's the first issue, which is too many data formats. The other issue is what I touched on earlier. Everyone kind of has their own data processing pipeline. So a pipeline is a series of programs that you apply to process your data. You want to do quality filtering. You want to remove dead cells, that kind of stuff. Each of these programs has its own configuration, and not all the configurations are even reported in the methods necessarily. A lot of people just leave that out of their methods. So if we could kind of streamline this process somehow, it's a very difficult job, but if we could get to that point, I think that would move us forward a lot. And I think a very big problem is that we can really prove anything we want to if we just process the data incorrectly. So we can try 10 different normalization modes until one of them yields a significant result, and then nobody mentions the negative results. They only take the significant one, and then like, oh, we have a finding, but we just did some kind of funky data processing, and it's not actually a real finding. So that's another big, or they can use their own significance test, for example, an inappropriate significance test. There's a lot of ways to really fudge the data. And finally, especially for like scientists, a lot of scientists, they use like postdocs for programming, that kind of stuff, and many don't know programming, but a lot of the tools do require programming. So it would be really nice if we had a program with like a graphical user interface that was easy to use, something like Microsoft Word, for example, but for data. And these are some of the solutions that I propose. I think they're pretty simple. The Geo series matrix format is a special format that's used by GEO, the GEO database by the National Institutes of Health. They have, it's not the best format. I'll show it to you guys in a second. There's probably better formats, but all the data sets on GEO use this format, so a lot of the data sets already use it anyways. So even if you collect data that's not necessarily uploaded to GEO, we can still use the format to make reanalysis by other teams easier. So that's for the metadata, like for example age, sex, BMI, that kind of stuff. Then for regular data, like I said earlier, CSV, it's not the fastest, so if you have like huge data sets, it might not be ideal. But for a lot of purposes, or for most purposes, it's probably the good format to use, maybe the best format. And then the matrix, the market exchange format, has established itself recently as kind of a major format for sequencing data for the process data. So let's take a bit of a closer look, just so you guys can see. This is the GEO series matrix format. So we have, it's just a text delimited by tabs, and you have all the metadata like the age, and it's always in the same format, no matter what data set it is. And then the market exchange format, you have at least three files. It's kind of hard to see here. But the MTX format is usually used for sequencing or even single cell sequencing experiments, where every cell has a barcode which identifies the cell uniquely. All those barcodes are going to be in a barcodes file. All the symbols, so these could be the genes, they're going to be in a separate file. Then there's an actual data matrix that contains the data and links everything together. However, there's another big problem here that I've kind of seen. A lot of times when people upload their data to GEO, they only upload these three files, but there's another file that's missing, which is the annotations file. So a big part of these experiments is once we cluster, so we take the cells, we look for similar cells and we cluster them together, and then we try to figure out what kind of cell type this is. It could be a T cell, it could be a B cell, but these cell types, they're not recorded in any of the other files. So we also, and a lot of people upload these annotations. So they do the experiment, they identify all the cell types, and then they write about it in their paper, but they don't upload these annotations to Geo. So I really want to encourage people to also upload these cell type annotations. They're a large part of the experiment, so they should always be included in the data set. So this is kind of what I just said, actually. These cell type assignments are often not included in data sets, and this really complicates your analysis by other teams, because then the other teams, they have to go ahead and do everything again with their own configuration, and then the results might be different. So now I want to show two examples where I compare sequencing results between two studies. First, I want to focus on the COVID-19 vaccines. There's very few sequencing experiments actually done with the vaccines, and almost all of them have a very low sample size, and there's a few issues. So I want to see if we compare specific protein families, even if we don't process them at all without any normalization, is there a correlation between the two data sets? So I selected three different protein families. The first one we're going to look at is the signal transducers and activators of transcription. These are very important transcription factors. For example, STAT1 is most commonly involved in the immune response. STAT3 is involved in DNA damage. STAT5, they're all involved in immune responses, but STAT5 is also involved in vitamin responses, for example. And we can see that there is a pretty strong correlation between the two studies. So the scales are different. It goes from 0 to 1,000 in the first study. Oh, and by the way, we have to make sure we compare the same cell types to each other. So in the first study, it was PBMCs. So I selected CD14 monocytes. The second study was only macrophages, and macrophages are derived from circulating monocytes, so they should be pretty comparable. And we can also see, I guess the goal is if you sort the genes in descending order, no matter what the numbers are, the order should be roughly the same. So here I've highlighted in yellow the two kind of outliers that aren't sorted in the same way in the second study. So these could be regulated differentially in macrophages, or it could just be a random noise. So this R value, this is the correlation between the two studies. One is a perfect correlation. So 0.75 is already pretty good. So let's look at another protein family here. These are the mitogen-activated protein kinases. It's another protein family. They're involved in the mitogen response. And here we have the R value already improved. Here we have 0.9 now. So these two studies are actually pretty comparable. But still we have two yellow kind of fields where the order is different. So again, we're not sure, is this specific to macrophages or is this just a data artifact? The last family is the protein kinases C-type. So we have about 10 here that I selected. And here the correlation is a bit stronger, even though they're like the bottom half, it's pretty low abundance, so we're not too sure about the results. But we only have one outlier here. So overall, between the two studies, they do seem pretty comparable, even without any normalization. So next, we're going to look at the different types of normalization, see how they can affect the results. And here again, I selected two studies, this time just COVID-19 studies. The first one is specific to CD16 non-classical monocytes, also immune cells. And the second study is a very large, they looked at all types of cells, including epithelial cells. So we want to compare these two again. In the first study, they created a gene signature of genes increased in COVID-19 patients and also decreased in COVID-19 patients. And we just want to see if the results are the same. If the same genes from study 1 are also increased in study 2, and the decreased genes are also decreased in study 2. So first, let's look at the increased genes. So these are the top 20, the most significantly increased genes in study 1. So these are the original results to the left here. Oh, okay, so you can't really actually see. You can't see the heat map, so I'm sorry about that. Maybe if we turn the lights off. So, well, I guess, so I tried, there's two different normalization modes that you can use. The more common one is transcripts per million. So that's a percentage. You're indicating a percentage of all the cells that have this transcript. And then the other one is transcripts per cell, which is a rate. And let me just look at the slide here so I can count. So if we use the transcript per cell mode, so with the transcript per cell, I can tell you guys 7 of these 20 genes were actually decreased and not significantly increased. So only 14 were consistently upregulated in COVID-19 patients. But now if we try to use a different normalization, the transcripts per million, you still can't really see it, but if I remember correctly, here there's only 2 decreased genes. So 18 as they increased in study 1 were also increased in study 2. So if we use this normalization mode, we do have this consistency between the 2 studies. If we look at the decreased genes, it's better to see now. Again, with transcripts per cell, we want to look at the severe COVID-19 patients, because in the first study they also only looked at severe patients. So here we have a lot of, let me just double check, but it looks like only 2. Yeah, so only 2 genes were increased, 18 of the 20 genes, as expected, they were decreased. But this is, again, transcripts per cell. If we use transcripts per million, it looks much different, actually. Here we have 4 genes that were increased, which is not what we want. So now, if we only look at the decreased genes, we get better results with transcripts per cell. If we look at the increased genes, we get better results with transcripts per million. So it's still kind of unclear which one's actually the better one. So I would suggest, if you do this kind of experiment, you try all the possible normalization methods. Only if it's valid with every normalization method, then it's a real finding. Or if there's a specific gene that you're looking at and you have like a justification why this method is appropriate, then you can only use this one normalization method. So here, we're going to take a closer look how these normalization methods can affect the results. Here we're looking at the STAT3 gene. This is a signal transducer activator of transcription 3. This gets activated either in response to hypoxia or DNA damage, and in other situations too. So in the top left here, this is how it looks without any normalization. This is the COVID-19 study again. So we don't have any significant changes without normalization. If we use transcripts per million here, we also don't have any significant changes. If we use the transcripts per cell, however, STAT3 seems to be significantly increased in severe patients with a p-value less than 0.01. The transcripts per positive cell is kind of a derivative of TPC, so it always kind of yields similar results. So if we use that mode, it's actually p under 0.01. But if we would have used transcripts per million, we wouldn't have gotten a significant result at all. To give a counterexample, this is the tyrosine protein kinase JAK1. It transduces signals in the immune response. Now here it's the opposite, really. If we use transcripts per cell, there's no significant change. Transcripts per positive cell, not significant either. But transcripts per million, we have this significance here again, with less than 0.01. Then another thing a lot of people do in their experiments is they normalize their results to housekeeping genes. So housekeeping genes or housekeeping proteins, they are proteins that are believed to be or assumed to be constant over time. So they're not expected to change as a result of the intervention. And we just divide the gene we're looking at by this housekeeping gene. So we're sure that any perturbations in the experiment we kind of normalize out. However, housekeeping genes aren't stable across all cell types. So you have to really make sure that the housekeeping gene is valid in the cell type that you're looking at. Some of these housekeeping genes are actin, which is a cytoskeletal protein. So it kind of holds the cell together. It's like a scaffold. And another one is GAPDH, which is an oxidative, I think, enzyme, glyceraldehyde phosphate dehydrogenase. And this GAPDH is used very commonly as a housekeeping gene, even though it's regulated by steroids. So it could be a result of the intervention, could change this gene, and if we normalize to it, we might not see the effect of the intervention. So here, let me give some concrete examples again. First, we're going to look at actin, specifically in hematopoietic progenitor cells. These are kind of immune stem cells that can differentiate into a number of different immune cells. And if we look at actin here, this is from the COVID-19 vaccine study. So over 7 different time points, the expression did not really change, no matter which normalization method we use. So in HPCs, this seems like a good housekeeping gene to use. But then if we look at CD8 effector T cells, they might become activated or something. And then we see here, on almost every day, the expression of actin was actually significantly changed compared to the control group. So in the case of CD8 effector T cells, it might not be a good idea to use actin as a housekeeping gene or to normalize against actin. But a lot of people still use actin to normalize against in situations where it's not appropriate. If we look at GAPDH, this time in classical monocytes, so these are also a different kind of immune cells, they can differentiate into macrophages. So in classical monocytes, no matter which normalization we use, it's fairly consistent. There's a bit of significance on day 1. You can't really see it here. It says the sample size here. On day 1, they had only half as many samples, and I think they had 2 men, 1 woman. So the sex distribution changed. That might be a reason why it's significant there. On the other days, it's fairly consistent, so it could be used as a normalization gene in classical monocytes. If we look at natural killer cells, on the other hand, the expression of GAPDH increased after vaccination, and it never really went back down. So in natural killer cells, GAPDH might not be a good housekeeping gene to use, and you might need to look for a different gene. But there's another thing that I want to point out here. These bars, they're not totally filled, and in this chart type, that denotes the percentage of cells in which transcripts of this gene could be detected. So earlier, all the bars were full, so it could be detected in almost 100% of all the cells. But in natural killer cells, GAPDH couldn't be detected in 100% of the cells. And if we take a look at only the raw percentage, which is right here, so in the control group, GAPDH was actually only detected in 70% of natural killer cells. So in this case, if it's not detected in all cells, then it might also not be a good housekeeping gene to use, and we shouldn't normalize against it in natural killer cells. Another common problem is that we set exclusion criteria too narrow because we want to find valid findings, but by doing this, we also exclude potentially valid data. So for example, a lot of people will exclude genes that aren't detected in less than 1% of cells, or genes that couldn't be detected in every sample. But just to give another example, this is from earlier, the interferon-inducible protein 27. So in the control group, people without COVID, it was almost undetectable it was only detected in 0.8% of cells, but in COVID patients, it was detected either in 9% mild, or in severe COVID patients, 17.5%. So if we would have excluded this gene off the bat, because we're saying we're only looking at high abundance genes, we would have totally missed this finding, even though it could be significant and contribute to the COVID-19 pathogenesis. They did report it, because they also, let me go back to the results here. So here we can see IFI 27. This is why it's useful to report this percentage, because you can see it in healthy people, 0.6%, 40.6% in COVID patients. And this is in the other data set. The chart I showed was from the study 2, and this is study 1. So in both cases, this gene seemed to be specifically induced by COVID, so we can be pretty sure that this is the real finding. Then finally, I just want to re-emphasize this, that there's a lot of data analysis tools. They're either command line tools, or they're Python scripts, or they're R libraries, and you really need knowledge of programming to use them. So a lot of people, they're excluded from using them simply because they don't know how to code. We don't have enough programs with simple to use user interfaces where people can use to analyze their data. And then on the other hand, there's advanced tools. I guess Prism could be not that advanced, but you can use advanced features. And if the usability becomes hard, it can really stop people from using it because you don't know what button to press, how to make the chart that you want to make. So the apps also need to be usable. Okay, so that's already all of my slides. I want to thank everyone for your attention, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
I just want to know, like, what kind of programming languages do you use other than Python to, program those codes for?
So I like to use, wherever possible, C, because I like to optimize for speed. Any programming language can give you the results. I like to use either C or some superset C++ or Objective-C. It's not practical, it's very unpractical. You need to write a lot of code, but the end result is going to be much faster usually than the Python script, or especially much faster than R. Yeah?
So you just said that the more the graphical interface a program has, it can actually make it intuitive for other users to use it. But there's also a con in that. The moment you make it more simpler, you lose the robustness of functionality.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why we need very strong,
Where do you think the balance point lies?
I guess you could take Apple as an example. Apple, they make complex software, but they try to make it easy to use. And I think Apple is a good example to look at when we're trying to strike this balance. But I do think even for lay people, they need to be usable, but the app needs to have built-in validation to prevent the user from making mistakes. So if the user tries to do something that's not appropriate, there needs to be some kind of warning, alerting the user that what they're doing is wrong. I think that's the best way to move forward. Are there any other questions?
Macs or Windows. Mac is not very popular among students because it's quite expensive. So I think the next objective should be, it has to be OS independent.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of Linux software can be cross-compiled for macOS, and some macOS software can be cross-compiled for Linux. So I guess when the developer has to choose, it's either to focus on Windows only or on Linux plus Mac. And I guess it takes more resources, but I do see that you need Windows users, of course, you need Windows support. It's the most popular operating system.
Most of the developing countries uses Linux. So I think that would the next thing we can work on.
Yeah, Linux is very common, especially in data centers.
But I think the main point here is really in terms of data analysis, right? And so the point being, when you have really large data sets, what do you analyze and what do you focus on? And even in this COVID data set that we showed, I don't know, the point was made what are the COVID specific genes or signatures and things like that. A lot of it is just lost in wanting to publish rather than
One thing that's significant finding.
saying what you actually get out of it. Right? So a lot of it is just lost. And that's where when you have such large data sets and especially from many different publications, that's where I see usefulness for machine learning and AI, that doesn't have the same kind of limitations as we have in terms of wrapping our heads around and integrating it from multiple either organs or studies and seeing what the real outcome is. Because even when you look at, say, COVID, not everybody had the same symptoms. And some people may have more severe respiratory distress, and some people there was some other issue, headache or some pain, or in some people lost a sense of taste and smell. And so when you have so many different effects on so many different organs, how do you wrap your head around? And this may be just looking at one aspect, but doesn't explain anything else. So there are all of those things, and even if they did have data from other metadata, so the other COVID data set that we looked at is from Yale, and they had from early, it was a COVID infection, and from I think it's like February of 2020 to May of 2020,
Yeah.
very early COVID.
And that it's also it might be a different COVID strain compared to the other experiments.
But the point is that in their 100 patients that they had, in their metadata, they show how many of those patients were in ICU and how many were not. They also had in their metadata the kind of medication they were on, and every single patient was on hydroxychloroquine and on corticosteroid. But because it was political, not to mention SCQ, that is not anywhere to be found in their paper. And more interestingly, they show differences in cytokine responses, but all these people are on high dose of corticosteroids, which have an influence on cytokines or immune responses, yet they don't talk about that or adjust for it. So, is their data valid? No, no. But nobody's going to relook at that data just because you don't have the tools. Because who has and who, even the reviewers don't have the tools or the capacity to actually, and especially when in that time when you look in all our experiences, from the time you submit to a journal, when the review process happens, and they ask you for revisions, it can take anywhere between 3 months to 6 months to 1
learn and find how much of that process has been compromised with COVID.
And if I could just give one more example, because it's not just in COVID where we have this issue. Another big issue is in HIV research. There's a lot of HIV research, and everyone tries to kind of create their own gene signature to identify latently infected, like probably CD4 T cells. They also look at monocytes. So we have maybe 10 different papers. Everyone has their own gene signature, and none of these genes are the same genes between the papers. So you can't really be sure about which one is the right one at the end of the day.
There could be just so many different other confounding factors. So the question is how much detail will it take? And that's the other problem with lectures. Nobody has time to read them. And one thing is also add here, different people use different methods what you have told. The reviewers, since the methodology will be given in the paper, I don't think the reviewers will have expertise to that. I think that's where we need to come with a common platform altogether so that everyone should use the same methodology. There can be tweaking advanced analysis or the functional analysis or the objectives, but the general thing, the primary analysis will be as a standard. So how do we have other standards like IUPAC? Why don't we have a standards on analysis? I think that's where we need to. Right. I mean, even if you don't have one platform like you're saying, you should at least have the same, some sort of a standard, right? So, if you're running a protein gel, there is some way where you have to have some sort of standard, and in some cases, the protein that you're loading, it needs to standardize for that. But if there, or it's very important to tell the percent of the gel depending on what kind of protein you're going to look at. And if none of that is mentioned, and when we show this crop band, I can show any crop band of any size, and so they get everyone saying, okay, if you're not showing it from the same gel, put a line. But there's you can put line and then take it again, any portion of the gel and show it. So ultimately, as and when all of this became problematic, they do ask you these days to upload your raw data or your raw gel so that you can see. But again, like you're saying, most of the reviewers may not understand or may have never run a gel. So even if they see that, it may not make any difference to them, and they will just have to just say, okay, we rely on the expertise of whoever is submitting, and that's it. So, and it's very difficult to have expertise in all techniques or all sort of methodologies, so it makes it very complicated. And that's why when you have multiple reviewers with different expertise, that can help. So almost always, I mean, I think some of the journals have started to institute where they will ask you, does this paper have a lot of statistical methods? And if yes, do you have expertise in reviewing that? Or do you recommend that the journal gets a statistician to review? So a lot of people will also hesitate to say, I don't have expertise because they don't want to appear not to be experts. And so I have no hesitation in saying I don't have the expertise to do this kind of detailed statistical analysis that you need to have some other pair of eyes look at it. So I think this whole, there are ways that the journals are responding, but I think there is just so much volume
the slide that I had shown from Carl Richter's paper, even though he said N of 7 and then he had a graph and didn't show any average data or standard deviation or standard error, the difference is that the experiment was done a number of times and in different ways. And so, like Fiona said, that when you have multiple ways and you're getting the same finding, then in some ways statistical analysis is of no use. Right? If you can reproduce it, even if that effect is very small, it doesn't matter. But if you can't reproduce it, that statistic is sort of useless.
I think statistics is a good starting point, and then it nudges you kind of in the right direction so you know where to look, but then you have to make sure it's actually reproducible and you have to validate it with other methods too.
I always have a question, so thank you for any lecture or thing or something. So I have 3 questions. One, do you have a feeling for what you look in the COVID that there is some bias? So you're not specialists yet, although you're dealing extremely well with a very concept scientific thing. So is your genuine feeling that, something is going on? The second question would be, and you can decide how much you can reply, but I'm just raising the questions. You honestly do have a question. Would be, if you now analyze 100 articles randomly, how many of them do you think you would find a mistake? And could you or should you do it? And trying to see, and even me, catch up what you're doing here. I think the IT is in every field. So you really should have a cross-disciplinary, that the scientist in the second year, but not like you go and see one class, but I think the IT programming, if you are telling us to be able to use something complex, we need to have coding knowledge. Some of us will never get there. But we really need to make a new education programs, as I say, not a little bit here, a little bit there, but a full, that we have a computer program everywhere. Then I don't know whether any of you know, but there was a BBC microchip, because BBC amazingly has a big education department, because they are saying, you see how I like languages, but they are saying that the coding is a specific way of thinking. And then if you didn't do it until the age 18, it's almost too late. So they got this microchip that you can do it in schools from the age 10, because if you do this, you do that, you'll kind of understand. So 3 questions. One is COVID bias. Second one, if you analyze statistics, how many mistakes you think you'll find out, and you can tell us that when we meet next. And the third one, do you think really the degree is enough that the IT can collaborate with the scientists, can collaborate with something, and how would you, just in a few words, see the future of that?
I think what's crucial is that we get interdisciplinary teams where we get the programmers together with the biologists and with some other experts, and that they all work together. That's kind of to your third question. To the second question, it really depends on the field. I would say in the HIV research, more than 50%, I think, might not have totally valid data analysis, but in some other fields, that number might be much lower. I think HIV is one of the worst research fields, maybe for this kind of data processing. COVID is also pretty bad, but less, maybe a quarter, but this is totally just estimated. I do think, yes, I do think something's going on with COVID. We did have the pandemic. I think it might be related to non-classical monocytes, because the spike protein can persist in those for some time. That's kind of what's new, I think, compared to the original SARS. So I do think that there's something going on there. And I guess to your last point again, there is this way of there's object-oriented programming, but you can also apply it to everyday life, and you can kind of create objects and properties, and that's kind of how you structure your thinking. And I think it's a way that you can kind of learn to look at the world more object oriented, and the last thing is either functional or emotional.
So I have a question. Sir, as you mentioned, like two different study sets you used to get a result. So since you used two different study sets, you got two different ranges of analysis results. So how do we go about it after that? Do we like stop there, or do we get like a combined range of results from both the study sets?
I mean, that's why you have these meta analyses, right? Where, let's say, every individual study has 20 chain genes, and then you look at 5 different studies, and then you might validate, like here, if we use the better of the 2 normalization methods, we probably validated 18 or 17 of the 20 genes. If we have another study, might exclude another 2 genes and so on, then we're maybe left with 10 genes, but then we can be really sure that these 10 genes are always going to be upregulated in COVID patients, and then we can start developing maybe lab tests or something like that, some kind of predictive test or prophylactic test.
So more the study sets we take, better the answers will get.
Yeah, the more we sample, the more accurate the results are going to be.
Thank you, Sid. So now we'll be having a session by Deepti ma'am. She'll be joining virtually. So she'll be joining at 4:30. So we have another 10 minutes. So I guess you can have the forum open for interaction. So you can just interact, or you can just leisurely talk among yourselves for 10 minutes. 10 minutes break time. But I request all of you to be seated right in your places. Just 10 minutes.
I'm privileged to introduce Professor Deepthi. She has been working in various aspects of human resource development and capacity building and has made important contribution to curricular development, designing innovative hands-on exercises, made contribution to science and society, and had shouldered several administrative responsibilities as head director, dean, and member of task forces, faculty academic council, RR committees, PUTR, IPSC committees, etc. in addition to carrying out teaching, research, and extensive activities in Pune University. She has worked for 12 years as a consultant to the Serum Institute of India, a company which is a pioneering company in vaccines and healthcare products in India. At the national level, she is a member of several advisory and decision committees of Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Earth Sciences, University Grant Commission, etc. Her research interests being epigenetics and molecular mechanisms involved in development and disease fascinate me. Her laboratory work on molecular mechanism involved in mammalian X chromosome inactivation, insect development, disease and post-parasite interaction. Her laboratory also developed many innovative technologies like using microarray, spectroscopy and design nano and biosensor applications. She is also interested in genetics and epigenetics. There are several publications to her credits, and now Dr. Deepthi, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes.
Hi. Am I audible? Thank you. Thank you. So you let me know when you want me to begin. Okay. Thank you. I'll start. Okay. So good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be amidst you and share some of my perspective with respect to science and research in India, particularly science in India. So I have been a professor at Pune University and I take it from there. I have been a teacher at the India. So, India has a very rich culture and tradition of knowledge, I would say, knowledge systems, knowledge, and even some what we can call as scientific basis. So, for example, if one looks at this bronze statue of a dancing girl, which is supposed to be in 1500 to 2500 BC, or this, this pole, which is more than a large number of years back, made of iron but no rust, and this is sealing of a It gives the impression of 1500 to 2500 before Christ, and it's just a glimpse of telling us what we had long back. So, one of the philosophy of Indian culture, basics of Indian culture, which has come up again with the G20 meeting and it's for gain prominence, is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Vasudha is the entire universe, and the Indian philosophy says, or the culture says, that we are all one family. And I think it's coming true today with the net connectivity and within seconds, sitting at home in India, in Pune, and watching what's happening in California or even Finland or Africa, every second, it feels like we are all much better connected. I'm just going to take you through, not for a long time, just a few achievements of former Indian culture, or uh, what should I say, Gujarat, which is well documented. Gujarat, which is well documented. Gujarat, which is well documented. I only picked up those which are there. So, for example, it's known that Aryabhata, the famous mathematician, was responsible in Vedic era. He worked during that time, and the invention of zero is credited to him. And ancient Indian scholars had developed large number of geometric theorems. The concept of squares, rectangles, circles, triangles, fractions, the ability to express number to the 10th and the 12th power, algebraic formulas, and astronomy have had their origin long back, and they have been documented as early as 1500 BC. We can see if that one studies Harappan system that the decimal system was in use in that time. So astronomy and metaphysics were described in one of our ancient Hindu texts, which is called a Rig Veda. The Indus Valley civilization is well known for its many amazing things, but one for that, it is a hydraulic engineering, civil sanitation, underground building, air cooling architecture, which amazes us even today. And also the use of metallurgy, use of copper, seems to have been well known in the earlier era. Weights and linguistic symbols were also standardized over thousands of years. So just to highlight the rich tradition of the Indian system. Right. So one of the concepts of Indian system, particularly with respect to health, which gains a large dominance today, is that of a well-being. It's not absence of disease. It's just being good, well-being and health. So we call it in Indian languages as swasthya. And in fact, years ago, Charaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita, these are all very nice documented texts which are available. They made tremendous contribution to Ayurveda and surgery. And these are in written form and they are in ancient manuscripts. They are available for anyone who may be interested in looking at it. One of the concepts which is universal, which is described in early times, is called as Pancha Mahabhuta. So these are the basic elements of earth, but they are also the basic elements which gave rise to life. That is the concept. So these are, the material world. The 5 elements is earth, fire. I will just say the Indian names: Prithvi, Agni, air, Vayu for our breathing, water. Water is called Jivan. Water, the word in Indian language is life, Jivan. And space, Akasha or Antariksha. Now the concept of healthy living, as I mentioned in Indian philosophy, was not only treating disease. It's not when you are not well. Health is a balance of body, mind and nature. And to learn how to exist with this vast or well-being or healthy mind. And today, yoga has become quite well known all over the world. And yoga is not just the exercises, but it's also a way of thinking, it's meditation. And it seems to have a lot of beneficial effects. It's a way of living, way of spending your life. And these are these 5 tattvas. And there are also 3 prakrutis, which tells you that you can generally, very broadly, classify people based on whether they have acidity, they have they can have more acidity related problems or gas related problems and so on. I'm putting it very simply. Something which fascinated me when I first looked at it was, we have a number of Shiva temples, And it's shown here in the map of India, if you notice here. They are from the one end, the northern end, all the way to the southern end. And if you see the positions, how these temples are located, the Shiva temples, which were built years ago, thousands of years ago, they are in a straight line. So one of the things that makes us wonder is that how is this calculated? And it's very interesting that their positions are also a very interesting meaning. So from Kedarnath, which is up in the north in Himalaya, all the way to the Rameshwaram temple, which is also an amazing thing. It's worth seeing it. So these are separated by thousands of kilometers. But if you just look today on the map of India, they are in a straight line. Okay? I'm not going into the detail. It's just something which amazed me, so I'm sharing it with you. That was long back. You can say, okay, it was 1,000 years ago, 1500 BC and so on. Let's come to more recent times. So, for example, we are known to have very wonderful musical pillars in our temple. There are musical pillars in our temple. So, the Nelliyappa temple, for example, was built in 7th century. And you know what will be amazed? The pillars of this temple, which you can see here, they are carved out of a stone. And they are from, the way they are designed is that if you just write on one pillar of this temple, the other pillars also vibrate and you can actually listen to music. It creates music in an amazing way. So for anybody who is interested in architecture, who is interested in science of making the sound, who is interested in music, these become amazing things, because they are very nicely connected and you can hear different types of music. For example, they are all made from one rock and single stone. And for example, in a particular structure, there are 161 pillars. And actually, they are divided into smaller units. It's amazing, actually. To hear, it's something worth listening to. Now, there is another temple. So this was again 7th century, again, 1500 years ago. Let's talk to more recent times. So 500 years ago, there is a Vithala temple. It's a god temple of this, in our Hindu philosophy or religion. This also has numerous pillars. I only taken 2 examples. Now, what amazing thing is about this, is shown here, this musical column, is that separate columns will strike a different musical note. Saptasura, the 7 or the octaves, the 21 different octaves. And if you use different sets, you can hear different musical instruments. Not only the notes are there, but you will feel like there is a bell, there is a percussion playing, or there are string instruments playing. So what I mean is that knowledge, that information, that wisdom, that ability, that technology was present in India, right, in earlier times. Now let's ask the question, what happened in the meantime, right? This was long back. So what happened before independence, few years before independence, several years I should say. So there were very challenging and difficult days. A few developments occurred, like railway was set in the Indian subcontinent. But lots of things were challenging and lots of things changed and completely changed, I would say, the mindset of people. In what way? A, we have reasonably nice education system which totally changed. We had the Macaulay system or whatever. The social and cultural fabric of India completely changed during that time. One can ask many questions. I'm not going into that. I'm just stating these observations. So family values underwent a change because everybody was exposed to Western thought and culture, and there was a big influence of it. Financial situation, we know India was a very rich country. Financial situation changed. Political, of course, we were not independent. Religious texts were many, just not one or two, lots of religious texts were there. It was a big struggle for the Indian people. But what happened was, in nation building and security issues, it took a big toll. And as a result, I feel that that led to loss of confidence, right? That led to loss of confidence and a loss of identity in some sense. The Indian people were very, very proud people. Not proud in terms of being rude to someone, but knowing what your inner strengths are, knowing how to live your life in this tropical climate for years, Okay, so these are some of the problems. I only touched the tip of the iceberg. which kind of changed the social, the social structure in some sense, the educational system, the mindset of people. Around that time, in last 100 years or little more, we have a number of people, and I have not named everyone, I have just taken a few examples, who tried to bring back this confidence. They did not directly take a part in independence struggle, but they really helped in nation building, in pursuit of science, in generating more and more scientific approach and attitude, even during these times. And I'm just going to take a few names: Dr. C.V. Raman, Jagdish Chandra Bose, whose work on plants and sensitivity is very well known, Srinivasa Ramanujan, whose genius in mathematics is well recognized, Birbal Sahani in plants and paleology. We have Mahalanobis, whose genetics and other studies, Satyendranath Bose, Homi Bhabha is of course well known because he was the father of our atomic program. We have Vikram Sarabhai for our space program, and Vishwesvaraya, the noted technologist engineer in the space. Just a name. So, efforts by some of these people and many others, whom I cannot name, started changing things. So, what were the challenges? What have been the challenges in Indian scenario? Well, we are saying that once upon a time we had a lot of science, we had a lot of technology, a lot of wisdom, and what happened is a question we can ask. So, one of the things was, of course, the mindset, that is a problem. So, generally, our philosophy is that of belief or trust. As a tradition at home, you are not taught to question. We have a saying called as Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Guru Devo Bhava. I will explain what that means. In Indian philosophy, your mother, your father, and your teacher or your mentor, these are all to be revered. They are all to be respected. And you have to listen to them or you have to be devoted to them. Now you will agree with me, when you are brought up in such a culture very strictly, questioning attitude takes a backseat sometimes. Because a little child, today we encourage them, but for several years was not encouraged to ask questions that why is it this way? Why are you doing it this way? And we know in science, complete objectivity, rational thinking, lots of questioning is absolutely required. Okay. So these today also we are looking at it and we are trying to work on how to encourage this questioning by younger minds and to even question every single thing that's around you. It's also important not to have blind faith and to have objectivity. So this is also a big challenge, possibly everywhere, but definitely in the Indian context. What are the issues that lead us? One is mediocrity. The search, the pursuit, the urge to excel has to be there. It has to be inculcated. You shouldn't be, not because you want to be better than anyone, but because you have to excel in whatever you are doing. And we have huge masses, the numbers, who need to be catered to. So this pursuit of scientific objectivity, excellence needs to be reinculcated in a major way. The difficulties are, with peers and mentors also sometimes. We have to have excellence, and this philosophy of you scratch my back and I scratch yours shouldn't be there, in granting projects, in choosing students in every activity. It should be based on objective and clear-cut landmark criteria. Now, what are the challenges India has to face? Mass education with excellence. So I guess today with the IT and with the internet and mobiles reaching everywhere, ISRO space technology and other things enabling the tele-education, we have to get over this. Weeding out mediocrity and nurturing innovation is another challenge that we have. One of the difficulties many of my peers and scientists, and I went abroad many times, presented in committees, but many of my peers face is acceptance in international community. Obviously, there must be some reasons, but this is a big challenge for Indian scientists. Unless you are networking and working with someone there, collaborating with someone abroad. Anyway, and the peer review process for your projects, for your publications in international scenario, I'm sure you have discussed a lot of it today, it's not when I'm going to get into it, but you will agree that scientists like me and others who are working in India, not necessarily in a big institute, but in a university, face these problems very, very often. I mean, the word work we know is good, it's excellent, but you can't publish it where it should go. You have to always publish it in a lesser journal. So another thing I feel that this whole thing should not be based on whom you know, but what you know, not on whom you know. Now let me give you some examples of the Indian science technology. What has happened after this? I should not be only telling you about the problems and the challenges and the questions and weaknesses. So few things are like we have, these giant meteorological radio telescope was set up near Pune in Naranga. It's really an amazing thing. It allows one to observe the Earth and many other things. And ISRO has also set up AstroSat, satellites high up in the air, in the space, from where we make large number of observations. There is a big connected network today which makes this observation. And very proudly I can say that our moon landing resulted in identification of water on moon, presence of water on moon. So this is also another, nebula, Crab Nebula from Chandra telescope in the Indian astronomy observation. I'm just going to highlight a few fields where India has made some important contributions. So this, of course, is my alma mater, Indian Institute of Science, where I was very fortunate to get training in scientific objectivity, critical thinking, leaving no stone turned when you want to study something. And this is a great man. I really have a lot of respect for him, G.N. Ramchandran, who first worked in Chennai and then moved to IIT. We are very fortunate to interact with him. And this is the G. Ramchandran plot. Even today, for every protein structure modeling today, one has to check whether Ramchandran plot is validated, whether the parameters are validated for left-handed, right-handed, and theta-handed. It's a very seminal contribution by Professor G.N. Now, I'm just going to tell you, few things that India's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat and the 5 trillion economy seem to be tall claims, but indeed there are centers of excellence, institutes, and people who are trying to work towards it today. So let's look at a few of the achievements. I would say that ISRO and space, I was an ISRO chair professor for last 5 years, and ISRO has done amazing things in space research, and not only that, it is not only discovering a lot of things, but also it is important in outreach to people. There are tremendous societal benefits being used from these ISRO's technology. DRDO, of course, it's doing very well. I'll give one or two examples. I think India has done pretty well. They become self-reliant in atomic energy, and it's recognized for its contribution in being self-sufficient and self-reliant. In biotechnology, of course, there is a large manpower. Much of it actually goes abroad to study and to establish itself, but that's fine. So we have a big inputs in biotechnology, in industry, in small scale industry, many initiatives. In health, I will give some examples. In agriculture, India has done amazingly well. In 70s, we didn't have enough food, we didn't have enough meat. But by using hybrid technology, by using the green revolution, India has become self-sufficient in food and it's able to export to many countries and help other people. Sorry, this is not pharma, it should be pharma. The pharma sector of India is also well known during COVID. India supplied large number of medicines to other countries. And vaccines also, 170 countries in the world get vaccine made in Pune at the Serum Institute of India. Again, I was their consultant for 12 years. And in addition to being a professor in university, got a real burst of research, technology, and production when I worked with Serum. It was amazing. They have fascinating facilities. So this is a little bit about ISRO. This is Satish Dhawan Space Center. These are our satellites which keep watching you. We call them eyes in the sky. They are all remote sensing satellites who do amazing things. They watch every minute, every second, and generate large number of data. And because I was associated with Space Application Center Ahmedabad and many other ISRO institutes, I have a lot of first-hand experience. So we are using this disaster warning system very effectively, and there are many other projects of communication. And there are many of them are indigenously developed by ISRO in association with government agencies, like monitoring crop production, monitoring crop disaster management, and destruction of crops. This is one example of how the orchards, for example, can be monitored, or how you can look at different regions or areas from the remote sensing satellite Today the technology is way better, these are little earlier images. So from the defense, we have these missiles like Agni missiles, self-sufficient, and this light combat aircraft which were designed again indigenously in India and many other things. I'm just going to take you to a few other things, like we have the permanent base in Maitri in the Antarctica, and large number of our ocean scientists, soil scientists, weather scientists actually go and stay there and try to collaborate internationally and within India and do the work. This is actually an interesting slide, which is old slide, but it gives you an idea how wheat production was increased, between 1950s to 2000, which actually made India self-sufficient in wheat. This is just one example, in also many other crops. Sorry. Right. So just I thought two areas where I was closely associated with. I have been working in biotechnology area. I have been task force member in India. I have also been closely associated with bioinformatics. I was director of our Center of Excellence in Pune University. So this is just to tell you how the network of bioinformatics setup is there all across the country. This helps people, universities, scientists, students to gain access to high throughput connectivity and also simple bioinformatics tools, DNA, protein, other analysis, and also a lot of other information. They were not restricted. Another thing was in biotechnology, you can see a large number of areas have been nurtured in our country, and many of them, there is a program called as BIAC, which gives grants to small scale industries or entrepreneurs who just want to begin. So there are a lot of things. I won't go into the details, but like from plant genome research to brain research to aquaculture, which is the blue economy, or the green economy, which is agriculture, all of these areas being touched upon. There are many challenges, but I'm just telling you some small achievements which are made. So this is the publication statistics. India is not one of the largest publishing country at all, so we are somewhere here. And in terms of patents also, we fall, way behind many of the other countries, because innovation and entrepreneurship, it needs to be improved and encouraged, and we are well aware of it. And the NITI Aayog and many others have now made a plan, a document for innovation increase. But innovation is something which has to come with training. You can't just start innovating one day, but maybe you can, and this is what needs to be done. Skill-based training and new ideas to be nurtured, appropriate training to be imparted. So this is the way our university number has increased, and now IITs have increased, IIMs have increased. The quality has to be maintained. This is a big challenge when you have expansion of the institution. So one of the challenges in health sector and all over the world was the COVID challenge. We had massive infection at one time. People were not aware at all, and to contain the spread of infection was a big challenge. Our government imposed lockdown. There was a lot of criticism about that also, because we had large masses, and many of them live in very crowded and small places, which is a fact. So how do you ask them to isolate themselves? Because they are all living in a small crowded area. I mean, all the principles of wearing a mask, because they use public facilities in many places. So these were big challenges for India, definitely. Many of the criteria that you may apply for USA or Germany or Britain would be irrelevant as far as our problems were concerned, in India. But I would say one thing: the vaccine story was I would say, good success, a good story. We did reasonably well. We made some mistakes, but overall, India has tackled the COVID scenario. Again, I will say could be better, but not badly. It was quite a good solution that was offered. So, for example, Serum immediately in January itself collaborated with AstraZeneca. We had the adenovirus-based vaccine, Charax, and we also have the Bharat Biotech indigenous vaccine. And you know that India exported a lot of drugs and a lot of vaccines and gave them free to the neighboring countries. So through international organizations, even in Oxford, in England, they were giving vaccine made in Serum. And many of the other countries it was sent. The facilities at our Serum are super, they are world class. Lot of innovation and startups started to make the masks, to make many other facilities that are required for the health setup. And hopefully it educated people, educated the masses, and created an awareness about communication related or rather I would say communicable diseases much more, which wasn't there, the sensitive. Today everybody knows about all this. And the vaccine certificate used to come within 15 minutes often to everybody. Okay? And India has been administering COVID-19 vaccine and on 16 January, but by 2023 March, 2.2 billion doses, over 2.2 billion doses were administered, and 95% of the eligible population had got one shot at least. So I would say that given the mass risk, given the challenges of reaching to remote places, this was managed very, very well. I don't think it could be done by any single person. The manufacturer, the medical fraternity, the government, the health infrastructure, the health department, everybody collaborated, and people also took a very, very positive approach. So this is, I think that brought them together in some sense. So on a positive note, if I have to say, the growth in India is actually driven by a large and dynamic population, and 65% of our population is what we can say young India. They are all youngsters below the age of 35. And this is a big advantage. They say it's a demographic dividend. But I would say a caution, a word of caution, that from them, creating conscious, good citizens who are educated and skilled and understand what is excellence and understand how to put in hard work is a big challenge. And skilling them in many different facets which are required. Everybody cannot be an IT professional. We need to manufacture several things. So all these areas and aspects need to be covered. There is a lot of planning, and I just think will work out, and they will work out. Another thing which I mentioned right in the beginning, that what needs to be inculcated across is scientific and objective thinking. So each one of us has been doing something small or big in our own languages, in reaching out to masses to make them aware of this objectivity in thinking, which is a big challenge. Access to internet and IT solutions is a big positive thing in India. We have a large number of small places, also remote places, where you see mobiles. If you travel, you will see internet cafes, and even youngsters, particularly again because of COVID, because the schools were in remote places, they had to connect to internet. So internet became not just fashion, but a necessity, and that has been a big advantage. And we think that can be used to educate masses, to create awareness, and to spread interesting things across India. So of course we need to monitor the growth in all sectors. We need to foster research culture and innovation. I have many ideas about it, but today is not the time to talk about. So actually government has also got, and several NGOs have also got, programs to nurture young minds. Women is an area which is very sensitive. We do have women who study a lot. They even do PhDs, but then many of them drop out. So government seems to have now large number of programs to bring them back, because we can't leave out 50% of the population who are very bright and intelligent and smart. So they have to be brought into research in one way or other. And of course bringing back NRI for giving advice for participatory roles in science is also very important. So this is a little bit about me. I'm not going to spend too much time. I worked in several areas, collaborated with a number of institutes, worked in material research, data analysis, high throughput drug design, worked in Serum as consultant and the Ministry of Earth Science for ocean exploration, etc. I won't take too much of time about it. So very diverse things. I have had a multidisciplinary interdisciplinary work, but epigenetics has been the love of my life also. So I will just acknowledge that in our country in June 2021, 83.37 crores were the number of internet users as documented. And I have taken some of the data from India Innovation Index and INSA's book on promotion of science and knowledge. So this is my small acknowledgement. And there is also a UN database and document which also I use for this data, and some government agencies data sets also I use. I think I'll stop here and take questions if there are any.
your presentation, especially as a guest of this country. It's fascinating to see the history of it. And I'm hearing everything what you said, and I have a feeling today we are making a statement of what is the state of the art. But the expression it caught my attention is not who you know, is what you know, and the other way around, whatever combination is. How do we break that cycle? What you mentioned, this should be done, we should be doing this, but basically the reality is far away from achieving this. So how can we come to that point that the knowledge gets us further than what we know than who we know?
Do you want me to respond?
Yes, I just want to have your advice on that. How do we get to advance in life with what we know rather than who we know?
Yeah, I think if we can bring back the equity, but I have a different question. Can you state it again? Can you state the question again now?
I said thank you for your presentation.
Are you asking me what are the
So I wanted to
challenges in meeting all these things, or what is
my
that about
question
it? Is that right?
we realize that today you really nicely presented the challenges from before with the challenges of today. And all over the world, we are realizing that the life today goes on more on who you know than what you know. And how do we break that cycle? Because with the internet, it seems to be only getting stronger.
I think if I have not misunderstood your question, I think to reach out to people by using new technology, the youngsters, to catch them young, to inculcate the scientific approach and attitude, asking them to do projects, getting involved and conveying the fascination of doing science to them, teaching them how to ask inside questions. This is what is being done by a large number of people. Maybe I didn't highlight all those aspects if there was no time. But yes, it's a challenge, but because of the new technology, there is a feeling that it won't take a long time to bridge this gap, perhaps.
So I think in what ways do you think the technology will help?
Hear properly sometimes, some sound problem. I can't hear you properly, yeah. Please be loud, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well.
Okay. So I think part of the question was that when you said that you want to focus on intellect or merit rather than who you know, in terms of technology, how does that help in overcoming that? In practical terms, could you tell the students that your merit is better than who you know? Because according to, if I see the flip side of that is basically what you're saying is that there's a lot of networking that's required. So if that networking is not equivalent to who you know, and if it's all about merit, how do you distinguish or differentiate between this and knowledge?
Sorry. But I answer your question, Anand. I understand it. Yeah. So when I said that it shouldn't matter who you know, I wanted to say that if there are two people who have excellent projects or who have excellent ideas, just because you know someone, favoring that person is not really fair. But I agree with you that that doesn't necessarily happen all over the world, and networking is very important. What I would say on the positive side, I meant, maybe I did explain, is that today every child literally has the mobile or has ability to connect with internet. Maybe not every, but maybe 90 to 80% children, and they have centers in their villages or in remote places. And this could be used to reach out to them that if there is an excellent lecture or if there is a very good program, one could try to remake all over India and try to get them connected by using local features and local people there, and such kind of efforts are being done. Like the remote areas or the difficult areas have been identified as aspirational districts, and very special efforts are being made in these aspirational districts, even for education and reaching out. We have huge masses and there are too many problems, and I'm not saying these problems are going to go away like this, but I was just talking of the solutions which Niti Aayog has visualized, which educate education and development related people and regional. I agree with you that there is a big gap. I just meant that if we can change the way we are doing things with respect to education and use the internet technology and the modern approaches and YouTube and WhatsApp and other communication challenges which the students are very aware of, we could reach them better and skill them better.
So just thinking out of the box.
Yes.
You have this Indian Idol, and
Yeah, again I can't hear you. I don't know what.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, say it again. I missed out.
Okay, we're going to stop the video because it's taking too much bandwidth. But can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Sure.
Okay. So just thinking, this is why you have the Indian Idol, where people can go and sing and present their talent, and that gets rid of the who knows who kind of, right? You think you could have an Indian Idol for
Yeah.
I guess for idea, but it's like
Yeah.
be able to get your scholarship or things like that. You have an Indian Idol like that.
So at the local level, there are research being conducted in different areas. I mean, it's everything that was going so more and more. So what can happen is, I know at least 60, it's, NGOs or institutes which are trying to work in this pattern. In Pune itself. In Bangalore, there are many such places. So we really can alternate effort. I know we are considered is very nice. I know what it means. Because just like neurons and nutrition or someone gets identity, scientists are never needed like that. In Bengal they are, but not in the rest of the country actually. So we need to have, role models for them, even humble steps. Those who have done innovation, so there are a lot of competitions that we have to do. But science projects at state level, at national level, at local level, but much more needs to be done and good idea about it. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And
thank you so much. Yes, please.
So we have very enthusiastic girl students here, and RBC being the top college, we have highly calibered students who are there, especially girl students. And as you told that there are a lot of scholarships for girl students are there. I think we would like to invite you to our college sometime, or maybe through Zoom. I think you can address about what all the scholarships they have. And we see that, as you said, there are a lot of train to the foreign universities after our BTech. We have BTech, MTech as well as PhD here. But there are a lot of train, some of the students, if they have a good scholarship and there is a good opportunity in India, I think that should be nurtured. So if you can cover today, it is fine. Otherwise, we would like to have a separate session for our girl students.
So there is a biochem program for infant researchers, student biotechnology for biology. There are BIVAC programs for industry, because there are areas in research which we need to support, which gives them a lot of opportunity to take up projects. There is also a UGC, 2 or 3 UGC fellowships which are specially for women. Nobody else can compete there, for example. So these are some of the, but we can talk sometime. I can specially prepare a presentation particularly covering this, and we can meet sometime online also. Or if I am in Bangalore, we can meet there. Sure, we can.
We'll be happy to host you in Bangalore sometime. Whenever you are in Bangalore, please let us know. We can
Sure.
show us.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I was to come there, but anyway, today I am speaking to you online. No problem.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Yeah, so I wanted to know that from the launching of the Chandrayaan to the launching of the 36 satellites, so which we did it 2 days before. So I wanted to know if we can introduce biotech in ISRO field and in what way.
So you can imagine that I am a biologist who also does biotechnology, nanoscience, but I was an ISRO chair professor for 5 years. That itself should sensitize you to the fact that they appreciate the importance of biology. Because for applications of these space-related data, you need domain expertise of biology. When you are doing forest analysis, when the fishery zone, potential fishery zones have to be identified, when you are looking at ocean color monitor and ocean data. So yes, indeed, there is a lot of scope for biology, and also discovering life in other planets and studying the biomolecules or chemistry. Those are also some of the areas which are being looked at. So obviously for ISRO, bio is a product. It's not their main area because making more satellites, reaching out in the space and doing newer experiments, sensors, these are their main area. But the output and the outlook, they definitely are very much interested now, much more. In fact, last 1.5 years back, we had a meeting on National Space Science Symposium in Pune 2 years ago. And Kiran Kumar was with us, and in fact, we told him from the dais that we should now have a session on biology and space. So just to tell you that, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And hopefully one of these days we can meet.
We will, sure. Okay. Yeah, bye everyone. Thanks everyone for your comments.
Okay, thank you everybody. With this, we come to the end of today's workshop's speaker sessions. Now we have a number of cultural performances lined up for you all in the IEM auditorium. So please join us at 5:45 in IEM auditorium. Yeah, and after the cultural performances, we'll have a plantation drive with all the sapling medicinal plants over here. So we'll have a plantation drive in the biotechnology department. So it'll probably take another 30-35 minutes. And after that, we'll again go for dinner at the VIP.